Chapter 1. Yin Zhaoge wore a white robe with a black border, showing his identity as a core disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Opposite him, a yellow-clothed youth said with an indignant expression, "Yin Zhaoge, don't you just have a good father?" Yin Zhaoge said expressionlessly, "What did you just scold me for? Say it again if you dare." "I'll say it. You think I'm afraid of you? Don't you just have a good father?" Looking at him, Yin Zhaoge suddenly smiled. "Very good, that's it. I love it the most when people say that to me." The yellow-clothed youth was dumbfounded. After a while, he regained his wits and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Not caring about anything else, he lunged towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge said casually, "Go easy, don't kill him." The yellow-clothed youth was stunned. Then his whole body went numb, the scene before his eyes changing. After a while, he regained his wits, only to find that he had been silently grabbed by the back of his waist. Then his whole body was lifted into the air. A burly man appeared in front of Yin Zhaoge, lifting the yellow-clothed youth in mid-air with one hand, like lifting a child. The burly man said smilingly, "Young master, please go first." Yin Zhaoge nodded, hands behind his back, and leisurely turned to leave. The burly man laughed, lifting the yellow-clothed youth with one hand as he walked away. The latter could only let out a whimper. Yin Zhaoge entered his clan. On the road, the mocking expression on his face already disappeared, his eyes looking straight ahead, his expression calm. On the surface, he seemed to have a steady demeanor. But the true meaning of this expression was a face full of confusion. "This script isn't right," Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. As a member of the Transmigration Army, there must be a problem with his method. The first time he transmigrated, he came to a foreign world where the martial arts civilization flourished to the extreme, crashing into the all-encompassing Divine Palace martial repository. But then came the great tribulation of the heavens and earth. Even the Divine Palace was destroyed. Next, he actually transmigrated a second time, his soul coming to the same world, who knows how many years later. People excavated the remnants left after the destruction. The martial arts civilization here started anew, still in a new stage of development. He, who had a head full of Divine Palace martial scriptures, transmigrated a second time to the current era. It was like a person who was used to playing hell mode, suddenly being thrown into easy mode. It was simply too awesome. The only problem was that after the second transmigration, the original owner of this body left behind a mess. "Young master, the things you ordered me to collect have been prepared." At this time, the burly man caught up again. "There's news about the whereabouts of the Li Yin True Fire." Yin Zhaoge's footsteps slowed slightly. "That's hard to come by. Did you manage to find his exact whereabouts?" "The northeastern part of the Dragon Ceiling Abyss has already been narrowed down as much as possible. The people below will soon have more accurate information." The large man smiled honestly. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad." Those that addressed him as young master and not as senior brother or junior brother were all members of the Yin clan. Not only was his father an elder that held a high position in the sect, he was also the patriarch of this generation of the Yin clan at the same time, and it was a renowned and wealthy clan in the entire continent. Whatever Yin Zhaoge wanted, he only needed to write out a list, and there would naturally be people running errands for him. To put it simply, the current Yin Zhaoge had an illustrious family background. His father was awesome, and he himself was a genius. But there seemed to be something wrong. "Young master, there's still one more thing." The large man beside him was about to continue speaking, but suddenly swallowed the words back into his stomach. In front of him was a middle-aged man with a heavy aura. Every step he took seemed to cause the surrounding scenery to tremble. As they neared, Yin Zhaoge greeted the other party. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "We haven't seen each other for a few days, but martial nephew Yan's cultivation has increased by the day." Yin Zhaoge smiled, proficient in diligence, destitute in playfulness. "I dare not slack off." The middle-aged man said, "A few days ago, there was some disturbance in the Dragon Ceiling Abyss. We were preparing to send people to investigate, with the younger disciples going. It just so happened that the minor competition had just ended, So the top 8 disciples from the minor competition were also sent as a form of training. It's just that there's a rumor that you have an old rival who has also appeared in the vicinity of the dragon sealing abyss. If Martial Nephew, Yin has nothing to do in the near future, why don't you be the leader this time? He looked at Yin Zhaoge, his eyes filled with expectation and praise. The young man in front of him had outstanding talent in the martial Dao. He was a true heaven's favored son, an outstanding figure among his peers, a leading figure, and the face of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Those who could be compared to him were all geniuses among geniuses, geniuses among geniuses of the other top sects of the Eight Extremities world. They were the most outstanding geniuses, monsters, and freaks of the same generation. One of the current generation's 4 young masters, the Broad Creed young master Yin Zhaoge, although still young, was already a famous hero of the entire Eight Extremities world. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely become a legend in the future. The Dragon's Sealing Abyss. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment, then immediately nodded in agreement. I have nothing to do, so I'll make a trip. Junior apprentice brothers and sisters, I'll naturally look after them. Yin Zhaoge understood the other party's meaning. There were powerful members of the younger generation of other sects who were also active in the vicinity of the Dragon Sealing Abyss. If they encountered them, and their own young disciples were suppressed by the other side, the sect's face wouldn't look good. With senior apprentice uncles leading the group, they naturally wouldn't be bullied, but the younger generation would still be weaker. With Yin Zhaoge leading the group, these problems wouldn't be a problem. As for himself, Yin Zhaoge was actually very happy to go out and observe this completely new world, verifying the information in his mind. The thing he wanted to find was also in the Dragon Sealing Abyss. Some of his plans also required the Dragon Sealing Abyss's environment. Sooner or later, he would have to go there, so this time, he would just treat it as along the way. Seeing Yin Zhaoge agree, the middle-aged man became even happier. This time, junior apprentice nephew Yin can also set an example for the younger disciples. I believe that they will learn many things. After bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Yin Zhaoge strode forward, the burly man following beside him, saying, Young master, I was just about to tell you that Miss Lin's seclusion time seems to be extended, and she won't be able to come out on time. In his opinion, after hearing this news, his family's young master should be somewhat regretful and dissatisfied. But in reality, at this moment, Yin Zhaoge had the urge to roll his eyes. This was the mess that the original owner of this body had left for him. In the past, the original owner of this body had been traveling outside and had met a girl. The girl originally had a childhood sweetheart, but after meeting the original owner of this body, this tall, rich, and handsome man, in the end, in order to climb higher branches, she was moved and left her original lover. Although he didn't take the initiative to poach her, the original owner of this body clearly didn't reject a beauty who threw herself at him, and the girl's grassroots ex-boyfriend was rather resentful. The gap between the two was too great, and the original owner of this body didn't go to the extent of suppressing and making things difficult for the other party. Towards the other party's hostility, he only felt disdain. The girl's martial talent was indeed not bad. Previously, in a small place, she had been a pearl covered in dust. Afterwards, she had followed the original owner of this body back to Broad Creed Mountain, and after entering the sect, her cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds. After entering the sect for a period of time, the girl had gone into seclusion, and Yin Zhaoge had transmigrated a second time, arriving here. Admittedly, the girl was 100% a beauty. A gentle and graceful lady was a gentleman's desire, but for the current Yin Zhaoge, that was all. She was visually pleasing to the eye, but he didn't have any particular thoughts about her. The first time he had transmigrated, the scene of the divine palace being destroyed was eternally engraved in Yin Zhaoge's mind. Even such a powerful divine palace couldn't be protected. Who in this world could be at peace forever? Witnessing such a scene, some people would feel despair. If there was wine to be had today, then today was the day. Yin Zhaoge's choice, however, was to work hard to improve himself. Although his father seemed to be very awesome and his current starting point was very good, his background was also very good, and he had many lackeys under his command, Yin Zhaoge still hungrily treasured every bit of resources to strengthen himself, not wasting a single bit. Every minute, every second was also grasped tightly. All of this had already become instinctive. As time passed, in this period of time after his second transmigration, Yin Zhaoge also gradually adapted to his new environment and identity, adapting to the people and things around him, but some things would never change. To him, the most important thing now was to properly cultivate so that he wouldn't waste such an excellent environment and conditions. In this era where martial arts dominated, an individual's strength could determine the general trend of the times. Strength was revered, and the victor was king. But Yin Zhaoge discovered that things didn't seem to be that simple. At this time, the big man beside him just happened to say, "In addition, young master, I have also investigated that Yi Jing. Currently 16 years old, Heaven Domain, East Heaven Region, Eastern Tang Kingdom. His parents died when he was 3 years old, and he was raised by others in his family, living under someone else's roof, suffering much humiliation. His performance has always been mediocre, and his martial talent is neither high nor low. Other than growing up together with Miss Lin, there isn't anything worth paying attention to. But after you left with Miss Lin, he suddenly underwent a heaven-shaking, earth-overturning transformation. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. His performance was breathtaking. First, he established a foothold in his own family, and then helped the family's power grow, suppressing the opposing powers. Afterwards, he went to the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and his reputation rose, becoming a well-known figure of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's younger generation, obtaining the qualifications to participate in Broad Creed Mountain's entrance examination. After successfully passing the examination and entering Broad Creed Mountain, his rise seemed to be even stronger than Miss Lin's, and his performance was extremely outstanding. He came out on top among the new disciples and took first place in this year's minor sect competition. At this point, the big man gave a simple and honest laugh. However, compared to young master, he doesn't have the ability to compete. Yin Zhaoge, however, curled his lips, thinking, as if it couldn't be helped. No matter how you looked at it, this guy seemed like the template of a main character. But the problem now was, in the path of this main character Ye's rise, what kind of role did he play? Let me think. He's a genius of a younger generation in the same clan, a rich young master. He also has some strength, and behind him is a father who can stand up for me. His background isn't shallow, and more importantly, I seem to have taken a sister. The original owner of this body of mine seems to have even taken a drop of blood from that girl, surnamed Lin. In this body of mine, the outer appearance is also not bad and looks very pretentious. Slapping faces or stepping on them, I think it would be very satisfying. Then my father stood up for me, becoming another stepping stone for him, helping him on his path to rise to power. One person sending his face to be slapped, the whole family paying for it. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Chapter 2. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. Greetings, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. This was a polite greeting between fellow disciples. Junior Apprentice Nephew Yan's cultivation has improved again. Good, good. Worthy of being the leading figure of our clan's younger generation. A genius among geniuses. Elder Yin has a successor. A tiger father will not beget a dog son. This was a praise from an elder of the same clan. Senior Apprentice Brother Yan's aura is getting stronger and stronger. He obviously looks so gentle. So I'm not the only one who feels this way? But the more it is like this, the more yes. What is it, you shameless girl? Senior Apprentice Sister, aren't you the same as me? All right, these were some junior apprentice sisters who were experiencing their first awakening of love. Be reserved. Yin Zhaoge said to himself as he nodded towards them with a brilliant smile. The burly man beside him gave a simple and honest smile. Young master, already familiar with his habits. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him. Is there anything else? This burly man was his personal attendant, a loyal and devoted confidant. Logically speaking, in order to prevent the matter of his transmigration from being exposed, The body's original owner should avoid contact as much as possible. However, this was a double-edged sword. On the other hand, interacting with such a person would help Yin Zhaoge integrate into the current world. Fortunately, other than the body, Yin Zhaoge also inherited the body's original owner's memories. Otherwise, just the language barrier alone would have stumped him. Young master, that Yi Jing and is already investigated. Although he has suddenly improved, he is still not worth mentioning. Moreover, he seems to have some resentment towards you. Do you want a Yin Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes, and that's right, this is the rhythm. The follower first went up to provoke, then had his leg broken. The young thug felt that he had lost face, personally stepped in, then was beaten to the point that even his own mother could not recognize him. Finally, his father stepped in, followed by his entire family, and was completely annihilated. What a perfect script, wasn't it? Perfect my ass. If he participated as a cannon fodder villain, it would not be a pleasant thing to do. He seemed to have suddenly gone from a carefree second generation who did not need to struggle to a cannon fodder background on the rise of the Son of Heaven. Yin Zhaoge's current thoughts were rather nonsensical. Even if they were lucky, they would just be the nemesis of the main character, the kind of unkillable cockroach that didn't die every time and would jump out even stronger the next time. In reality, they were just recyclables for the main character to farm experience and equipment. If they were unlucky, they might die within a few chapters. Generally speaking, people like him, who had a powerful background and could lure out an even more powerful boss like his father, were more likely to become cannon fodder after a few chapters. Don't even think about striking first to gain the upper hand and kill these destined ones before they could rise up. With the nature of these cheats, it would only give them a great opportunity to suppress them first and then raise them up, allowing them to rise up even faster. In the end, nothing happened to them. Instead, they rapidly grew stronger, and then they turned around and ran back to slap their own faces. The protagonist's halo was just that overbearing and unreasonable. If it said it would crush cannon fodder, it would crush cannon fodder. Moreover, it could come up with hundreds of different ways to crush it. What is the golden finger of this great protagonist? A supreme secret manual from before the great calamity? Or was it some kind of peerless divine artifact? Or did he bring an old grandpa with him? Reincarnated? Yin Zhaoge's smile was slightly strange as he waved his hands. Don't bother with him. The big man scratched his head. Yes, young master. Although there seemed to be a problem with the script, this brother also has a golden finger. Because of the great calamity, although there was a connection between the two eras, there were still some differences in the martial cultivation systems of the two eras. The conditions of the two bodies were also different. This caused Yin Zhaoge to need to adjust and adapt, researching and improving the numerous martial scriptures in his mind. Otherwise, his current cultivation speed would already be at a tremendous speed. After coming to this world, other than carefully adapting to the new environment and identity, most of Yin Zhaoge's attention was placed on combining the current situation and the various knowledge in his memory. Now, it had already been fruitful. Soaring up was right in front of him, because whether it was in his previous life or this life, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation realm was still limited. Most of the improvements he made were targeted at his current realm and those close to it. After all, rice had to be eaten bite by bite, and the road had to be walked step by step. However, as his cultivation increased day by day, combining theory with reality, a wider world was already revealed before him. At the same time, other than the martial Tao, many artifact forging techniques, pill concocting techniques, and other things would also set off a wave in this era. The leaf flame, true fire seed that he had previously ordered his subordinates to inquire about was related to this. If the experiment was successful, it would undoubtedly bring Yin Zhaoge great rewards. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips, dragon against dragon, king against king. Let's see who is the true dragon. Maybe this Yi Jing isn't some main character fate, but I'm just too sensitive and let my imagination run wild. Let's observe first. On the other hand, how to face the girl who was eaten by the original owner of his body left Yin Zhaoge scratching his head. For the current him, whether it was status or strength, raising his own strength was the most important. As for beauties, he currently didn't have the time to deliberately pursue them, but he wouldn't reject those who took the initiative to come knocking. It was just that this problem left behind by the original owner of his body was a bit of a pain in the ass. Although he complained verbally, he actually didn't care much in his heart. Yin Zhaoge smiled and shook his head. After dealing with the matters at hand, he returned to his residence to rest, meditate, and train his qi. On the second day, he went to the sect's assignment hall. The disciples going to the sealing dragon abyss were already gathered in a side hall. Seeing Yin Zhaoge enter, everyone's eyes lit up and their gazes converged on him. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. Sweeping his gaze across the area, he saw a slender, beautiful girl walking towards him. This girl looked to be around 15 or 16 years old, but her appearance was already peerless, surpassing that of the girl surnamed Lin. She was like the spirit of the heavens and the earth, and was so beautiful that she didn't seem to eat the food of the mortal world. It was just that her eyes were a rare ice blue, making her seem a bit cold and detached. Sikong Qing, another rising star of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Although she was young, her reputation had long since risen. Her talent was outstanding, directly catching up to Yin Zhaoge. Hailed as another young genius of Broad Creed Mountain, she had long since received the attention of many of the sect's elders. Seeing her, Yin Zhaoge once again had the urge to roll his eyes. As far as he knew, after being dumped by the girl surnamed Lin, Yi Jing met with this Sikong Qing. Before he had even entered Broad Creed Mountain, due to a few coincidences, the two had formed a pretty good friendship. Currently, the two of them were still pure friends. However, according to some scripts, people with deep backgrounds, high talent, and beauty would treat others coldly and harshly, but they would treat a seemingly ordinary person with special respect. This beauty, who was more outstanding than younger sister Lin in every aspect, would very likely become Yi Jing's main character's concubine in the future as time passed. Besides Sikong Qing, there was a thin youth who was currently staring at Yin Zhaoge with a spirited gaze. This thin youth was naturally the Yi Jing. Chapter 3. In everyone's opinion, if Yin Zhaoge, as the leader of the expedition, were to make things difficult for Yi Jing, it would be very difficult for Yi Jing to survive. The others looked at Yin Zhaoge, their thoughts much simpler. Some were happy that they had such a powerful senior apprentice brother to lead them, while others stared at Yin Zhaoge with a burning desire to curry favor with him. Those who knew the inside story looked at Yi Jing with a gaze that seemed like they were watching a good show. Yi Jing frowned. After entering the sect, he already knew a lot of things. The youth in front of him, who looked to be only a few years older than him, not only had a high cultivation base, but also had an extremely deep background in the sect. Yin Zhaoge's father was one of the most powerful elders in Broad Creed Mountain. Not only was his martial prowess off the charts, he was also one of the top 5 elders in the sect. He was the direct disciple of the current sect leader and the strongest contender for the position of next sect leader. Yi Jing's fists gradually clenched. His eyes did not avoid Yin Zhaoge's gaze. Is this the legendary gaze filled with unyielding flames? Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked towards the door of the side chamber. Greetings, Elder Chui. A white-haired old man appeared at the door. Yi Jing and the others saw him and hurriedly bowed. Elder. Like the middle-aged man who had handed over the mission yesterday, this white-haired old man was also an acting elder of the assignment hall. To the current Yi Jing and the others, whether it was cultivation base or status, he was undoubtedly a major figure. The old man smiled as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Martial nephew, Yin has already arrived? Good. Yin Zhaoge said, regarding the matter of the sealing dragon abyss, I hope Elder Chui can explain. Elder Chui looked at Yin Zhaoge, Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others, and said with a smile, the sealing dragon abyss suddenly had a strange surge. The local area has already taken care of it beforehand. Your mission this time is to bring along the sect's special ritual for probing the sealing dragon abyss and assist in the investigation. He paused for a moment, then looked towards Yin Zhaoge. In principle, this mission only needs to investigate the situation and send back information. However, if there's a need to be decisive, martial nephew Yin can naturally act as you see fit. This old man believes that you can handle it. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Elder Chui must be joking. Elder Chui also smiled. He then looked at Yi Jing and the other two. The precious weapons awarded to you after the minor competition. How is the nourishment and analysis going? Yi Jing and the other two solemnly replied. Ever since we obtained the precious weapons, we have been diligently cultivating and nurturing them at the same time. Now we can basically control them. In this world, ordinary weapons and protective equipment were called ordinary weapons. Above that, there were battle weapons, precious weapons, spirit weapons, and even sacred weapons. It was like adding wings to a tiger. High-level protective weapons had the power to pierce through the heavens and the earth. Ordinary craftsmen could only forge ordinary weapons. If they wanted to forge weapons above the battle weapon grade, they could only be forged by the warriors themselves. Weapons of a certain grade could only be forged by warriors whose cultivation had reached a certain realm. The materials were limited, and the refining method was difficult and obscure. Not everyone could learn and master it. Therefore, in general, in the current world, the number of good weapons that were battle weapons and above was less than the number of warriors at the same level. A sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, with its considerable wealth, was able to reward its disciples with good weapons. Yi Jing and the other top three of the new disciples' minor competition each received an artifact as a reward. This caused the others to be extremely envious. Elder Chui nodded. Artifacts have a spiritual nature. You must not slack in nurturing them. Only then will you be able to display some of their power when facing an enemy. Yi Jing and the other two hurriedly nodded. Although the reward was only a low-grade artifact, for the current them, it was already a treasure that could change the heavens and the earth. With their cultivation, they could actually only control battle weapons. Good weapons were limited. If they had not entered Broad Creed Mountain, they would have to thank the heavens to be able to obtain a battle weapon. Who knew how many people with cultivation similar to theirs could only make do with ordinary weapons? Elder Chui looked at Sikong Qing and the other 7. The 8 of them are all new disciples. Although they have all accepted training missions, their experience is still lacking. The 8 of you, take care of them. Sikong Qing calmly said, this disciple obeys. The other 7 also hurriedly agreed. Elder Chui looked at the 16 young disciples in front of him and stroked his beard. His eyes suddenly fell on Yi Jing, seeming a little surprised. Hey, your cultivation. You've already successfully opened your Dantian's Qi Ocean. I didn't even have it during the minor competition. How long has it been? And you've already advanced another realm. Yi Jing was neither servile nor overbearing. He smiled and replied, after entering the sect, my cultivation techniques and resources are much better than when I was at home. Elder Chui said approvingly, how long has it been since you entered the sect? This is mainly because of your outstanding talent. The other young disciples who had entered the sect at the same time as Yi Jing gradually changed the way they looked at him. He was first in the minor competition. In such a short period of time, he actually advanced another step. I thought he could narrow the gap, but who would have thought that the gap would become even wider? Although his family background is not as good as senior brother Yan's, this is still a genius. As if suddenly remembering something, Elder Chui continued to ask, this old man remembers. Information about you. It should have only been 3 years since you started cultivating, right? Yi Jing answered, yes, Elder. When I was young, I only trained myself to strengthen my body. It was when this disciple was 13 that I officially came into contact with martial arts. Elder Chui smiled abnormally benevolently. Good. Yin Zhaoga stood on the other side, watching this scene. The corner of his mouth twitched strangely. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. So you were waiting for me here. Yin Zhaoga looked at Elder Chui with a smile that was not a smile. The expressions of the other young disciples suddenly changed. They secretly glanced at Yin Zhaoga. Elder Chui looked at Yin Zhaoga and Yi Jing and sighed with some satisfaction. If I remember correctly, junior apprentice nephew Yin successfully opened his Dantian's Qi Ocean when he had just started cultivating for 3 years. The heavens have blessed my Broad Creed Mountain to produce another genius among geniuses. Everyone's expressions gradually became subtle. Their gazes moved back and forth between Yin Zhaoga and Yi Jing. Before, I didn't understand this Yi Jing situation. It turns out that he only started cultivating for 3 years. This Yi Jing is actually comparable to senior apprentice brother Yin. His talent is actually so terrifying. That's not right. Senior apprentice brother Yin grew up in Broad Creed Mountain and was personally taught by Elder Yin. His cultivation environment, conditions, techniques, resources, and lineage are all far superior to Yi Jing's. If that's the case, then wouldn't this Yi Jing be even? Heavens, how is this possible? Yi Jing took a deep breath and calmly looked up at Yin Zhaoge. His back straightened even more, as if he was a javelin that could pierce through the heavens. Yin Zhaoge didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at the smiling Elder Chui with interest. Other junior disciples might not be clear about the other's background, but how could he not know? The person standing behind this old man was Yin Zhaoge's second senior apprentice uncle. He was also the person most likely to compete with Yin Zhaoge's father for the position of Broad Creed Mountain's next chief. Chapter 4. Yin Zhaoge looked at Elder Chui, then at Yi Jing, and suddenly felt that it was a bit funny. When the Chosen One faced an opponent that seemed temporarily undefeatable and needed a long time and space to grow, there would often be some people who would actively or passively become his backer, helping him level up and rush out of the novice village. The enemy of the enemy was a friend, and these people were mostly the opposite of the cannon fodder. When the Chosen One grew up, these people only needed to quietly watch the Chosen One go on a killing spree. As allies, they would naturally be repaid 100-fold. Generally speaking, they seem to be called the righteous camp, truly the self-cultivation of an actor, perfectly executing the script. Yin Zhaoge sized up Elder Chui and Yi Jing's gaze without any intention of concealing it, nor could it be said to be polite. Elder Chui saw this, but not only was he not angry, he was instead secretly happy. The rumors are not false, domineering, and vengeful. The white-bearded old man smiled, not revealing the slightest bit of emotion. Losing face in front of everyone, even though there are only 16 people here, 1 to 10, 10 to 100, with this thorn planted, this child will definitely not let it go. Whether it's on the spot, or left until he leaves the mountain and enters the sealing dragon abyss, it's all very good. Yin Zhaoge looked at Elder Chui, then looked at Yi Jing, and laughed in his heart. First I expressed my disdain, then Yi Jing expressed his unwillingness. Then, because I was contradicted by him, I lost face and sent my subordinates, be it servants or junior apprentice brothers' lackeys, to teach Yi Jing a lesson, only to be beaten to a pulp by Yi Jing. In this situation, fighting openly, unless the other party clearly made a mistake, could only be done in the name of learning from each other. As long as it was not someone with a low cultivation who initiated the challenge, there was basically no possibility of suppressing others with a higher cultivation and bullying the weak. As for the Chosen One, the main character's halo, that was an innate ability that allowed him to kill monsters above his level, making him invincible at the same level. Small fries couldn't fight one-on-one, and a group fight was also mostly useless. Instead, it could turn into a large amount of experience points, speeding up Yi Jing's growth. Maybe, as we fight, I'll level up on the spot. This was not impossible. When the time comes, my lackeys will be beaten into a mess. I'll fly into a rage out of humiliation. I won't care whether I'm bullying the weak or not, and I'll personally teach this Yi Jing a lesson. Although the current Yi Jing is a bit lacking compared to me, he'll unyieldingly endure a few rounds under my hands and display his elegance. He might even use his cheat to make me suffer a little. Before I finally got serious and was about to beat him up like a dead dog, this old man, surnamed Chui, or somebody else stood out to stop me. So, I could only say something like, "Boy, you're lucky." Is this the end of the matter today? Even if I win, there's no glory to speak of. Many people will only think that I'm bullying the weak, and instead sympathize with this Yi Jing. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. According to this script, do they take me for a fool? Elder Chui was all smiles as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. Yi Jing and Sikong Qing looked at Yin Zhaoge somewhat warily, while the others looked at Yin Zhaoge somewhat nervously and somewhat expectantly. The sealing dragon abyss. There are only a few of you who have been there, but those who haven't have most likely heard of its fearsome name. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, Yin Zhaoge finally opened his mouth to say, with your current cultivation, even if you don't go too deep, just approaching the periphery will still be extremely dangerous. Although I will travel with you, this time you're going there to undergo tempering, not sightseeing. I will know what to do, but you will also have to work hard. Hearing Yin Zhaoge say this, Elder Chui smiled slightly, thinking to himself, looks like I'll have to wait until the sealing dragon abyss before making my move. Yi Jing and Si Kongqing both felt a chill in their hearts. However, they heard Yin Zhaoge's tone suddenly change. If you travel with me, I will naturally look out for you. As the saying goes, to do a good job, one must first sharpen his tools. As he said this, Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Ahoo! A tall figure appeared in the doorway. Young master? Yin Zhaoge said, bring 16 second-grade items over. Mainly pick the defensive ones. The burly Ahu, who had been by Yin Zhaoge's side all this time, replied, yes, young master. Very quickly, Ahu returned, carrying a pile of items into the hall, and then placed them down in front of everyone. Rays of light flashed, illuminating the group of young disciples, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. The intense spiritual qi fluctuations caused their blood and qi to fluctuate. Artifacts. They are all artifacts. Everyone was shocked. Senior apprentice brother Yin, these artifacts. Yin Zhaoge nonchalantly said, these are my personal possessions, not the collection of the sect. Giving them to you now is also my personal action. There are a total of 16 items, one for each of you. According to the order in which you entered the sect, come forward and choose. For a moment, there was no sound in the hall. Only a few indistinct sounds could be heard, as if someone was swallowing their saliva. For their current cultivation level, this was a treasure that transcended the era. Yi Jing and the other two had gone through many rounds of competition and came out on top in the sect's minor competition. Only then were they bestowed one. At that time, what kind of glory, how much sweat and effort did they put in? But now, all of a sudden, it became one for everyone. Although Yi Jing and the others originally had one, to the current them, how could they not have too many of these treasures? It was just that Yin Zhaoge casually took out 16 of these treasures, completely without batting an eye. It was as if what he threw out was not the artifact that the younger generation of disciples yearned for even in their dreams, but rather a pile of scrap metal. At the same time, this was not Yin Zhaoge using his identity to withdraw from the sect's treasury, but rather his personal property. Everyone's gazes towards Yin Zhaoge suddenly became blazing hot. Yi Jing, however, clenched his fists tightly, unable to conceal the anger in his eyes. He felt that he had been insulted by Yin Zhaoge, as if the other side was showing off to him. Si Kongqing looked at Yin Zhaoge, also slightly shaking her head. After the initial shock, Elder Chui sneered in his heart. What does this count as? Using money to open a path, bribing others, isolating Yi Jing, and at the same time showing off his own wealth? Although it is indeed quite a large sum of money, and the effects are also very good, allowing me to regain some of the face I just lost, but this is truly something that a silk pants would do this child. There's no need to fear, but in the future he will definitely cause a great disaster for his father. Elder Chui smiled as he shook his head. He picked up a set of armor and looked at it, then said to Yi Jing and the others, the sealing dragon abyss is indeed dangerous, but your senior apprentice brother, Yin, also has good intentions. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Yin Zhaoge seemed to be completely unaware of it. Unhurriedly, he continued, since the things have been given out, I will not take them back. These artifacts will be gifted to you. However, as for the specific details of the tempering and actual combat, you must all properly record them and then report them to me. This way, I will be able to easily make adjustments, eliminate the weeds and retain the essence, and refine the next batch of artifacts. Everyone agreed in unison, then suddenly felt that something was wrong. After a moment, they all raised their heads, looking at Yin Zhaoge with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 5. No. Martial nephew Yin, wait a moment. Elder Chui was tongue-tied. It took him a while to smooth out his words. Did you just say you were going to forge the next batch of artifacts? He looked at the pile of precious weapons in front of him in disbelief. You mean to say that these were not collected by you, but refined by yourself? Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Of course I forged them myself. I don't have the patience or interest to collect low-grade artifacts. These words made everyone swallow their saliva, but they couldn't find the words to refute. Low-grade artifacts were treasures to them, but with Yin Zhaoge's family background, they were nothing. But everyone's expression changed subtly. For a moment, they felt as if the world they were in had become unreal. Everything in front of them completely went against their past knowledge and common sense. With Yin Zhaoge's strength, no one objected to his ability to forge artifacts. Although they had never heard of it before, it was not impossible for Yin Zhaoge to have mastered the art of artifact forging. However, forging an artifact was not an easy task. It required a lot of time and energy. How many martial artists who knew how to refine weapons would use themselves as blacksmiths? Elder Chui took a deep breath. How long did it take you to forge these artifacts? Yin Zhaoge said casually. In between my usual cultivation breaks, I just took some leisure time to complete them. If it's these 16 artifacts, it wouldn't even take a month. Impossible, Elder Chui flatly said. Elder Yin has the ability, I believe. But martial nephew Yin, he shook his head, obviously not believing Yin Zhaoge's words. Moreover, it was not difficult for Father Yin or some of the stronger experts in the sect to forge artifacts. But who would be so bored as to do so? With the time and energy, they would naturally set their sights on higher-level spirit artifacts. Everyone's gaze towards Yin Zhaoge gradually became suspicious. They felt that Yin Zhaoge was being forced into a corner and was trying to look impressive. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Of course, it's not possible to forge with an external crystal furnace. But who said that an internal crystal furnace can't? Hearing this, everyone was at a loss. Only a few people were once again stunned. Elder Chui's voice became stuttering again. The internal crystal furnace you speak of, it can't be the legendary pre-Great Calamity. However, the internal crystal furnace has long been extinct, not to mention the actual object and the production method. Even the most basic structure description was not left behind. In the entire 8 Extremities world, only those simple legends and stories remain. It was said that before the Great Calamity, when a martial civilization had flourished, aside from cultivation techniques and martial techniques, artifact forging techniques had also been developed. In that era, ordinary weapons were not tolerated in the world of martial artists. Battle weapons, precious weapons, spirit weapons, and even saint weapons were not rare. It was just that following the Great Calamity, it was hard for an egg to remain intact when the nest was overturned. All of this vanished into thin air, only leaving behind countless legends for later generations to revere and revere. However, to Yin Zhaoge, this was no secret at all. The divine palace of pre-Great Calamity times was all-encompassing, not just containing martial arts manuals. As luck would have it, I unearthed a relic when I went out to train, which contained an incomplete internal crystal furnace construction method. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Therefore, I pondered on perfecting it so that the internal crystal furnace would reappear in the world. These low-grade artifacts are my own work during the process of experimenting. Currently, I can only refine low-grade artifacts. These second-grade artifacts are the best of the best. In addition, there are a few first-grade artifacts, which are already close to mid-grade artifacts, but still lacking a bit. At the same time, they are not stable enough. Therefore, I kept them to nourish myself, learning from the experience in preparation for the next time I open the furnace. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers. As it continues to be perfected, mid-grade and high-grade artifacts are not unimaginable in the future. If I can also research the ancient method to strengthen the internal crystal furnace, then spirit artifacts can also be looked forward to. Ahu, who knew his young master's intentions, went out again and quickly returned to the side hall. He brought back a furnace as tall as a person, thick and solid, and overflowing with spiritual qi. Although Elder Chui had never seen what an internal crystal furnace looked like, he at least knew that the furnace in front of him was not the external crystal furnace that people usually used. At this time, the others also gradually recovered, but their eyes were still full of shock. Even Sikong Qing, who was usually cold, was shocked at this moment. It was precisely because she knew more that she understood the importance of the furnace in front of her. Perhaps now it was only a seedling, but when it matured, what kind of towering tree would it be? This time, I am going to the Dragon Sealing Abyss. Other than the sex mission, I also have a personal matter to deal with, which is to further perfect the internal crystal furnace. I need to make use of the special environment of the Dragon Sealing Abyss, as well as the leaf flame true fire seed that appeared in the abyss. Yin Zhaoge's tone was calm, but it caused Yi Jing and Sikong Qing to look at each other. Someone excitedly shouted, "Senior Brother Yin, if even mid-grade artifacts, high-grade artifacts, and even spirit artifacts, even in today's world, sacred weapons were rarely seen." He really didn't dare to think too much, but he was also extremely excited. If our sect can mass-produce spirit artifacts, then wouldn't, Yin Zhaoge nodded, revealing his white teeth with a smile. That's right, if we succeed, in the future when you go outside, even if you meet descendants of other sacred grounds of the same level as our sect, they will use battle weapons. You will use artifacts. They will use spirit artifacts. Others use artifacts. You will use spirit artifacts. Just relying on equipment alone will be enough to kill them. The crowd of disciples immediately let out a cheer in unison. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, and everyone immediately quieted down. Cultivate well. You are all the future of my Broad Creed Mountain. The group of people said in unison, "We will be humble and cautious, diligently cultivate, and spread the name of Broad Creed Mountain." Actually, Yin Zhaoge had become famous at a young age, and his actual age was only a few years older than Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others in front of him. Calling them Broad Creed Mountain's future was somewhat inappropriate, as if they weren't of the same generation. But among the people present, apart from a few very few, no one felt that it was strange. The comparison between Yin Zhaoge and Yi Jing had long since been thrown to the back of their minds. The two of them looked at the problem from a completely different perspective, way of thinking, and scope of vision. Not mentioning anything else, Yin Zhaoge's reappearance of the internal crystal furnace's artifact forging technique would very likely cause the entire Broad Creed Mountain's strength to improve. Such a contribution, how could a mere young martial scholar compare to it? Even if Yi Jing's potential was even more shocking, only a genius who had truly matured could be considered a true genius. Before that, there were too many possibilities. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge himself was also a monstrous genius. While they were thinking about how to distinguish themselves within the sect, what Yin Zhaoge saw was the possibility of advancing the entire sect a step further. Elder Chui regained his smiling expression. "Junior apprentice nephew, Yin is truly worthy of being the pillar of our Broad Creed Mountain, a young genius." However, this news should still be reported to the chief and the others as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge directly interrupted him. "Elder Chui need not worry about this. Yesterday, I already made the report. Grandmaster and my father already know about it. In fact, my father has already taken over the development of the internal crystal furnace. This internal crystal furnace here is actually an imitation. There's an even better one, which is currently in my father's hands. I'm only keeping this one for myself to continue tinkering with it." Elder Chui's white beard twitched, and he forced a smile. This news is indeed great news, but it should be kept a secret. Otherwise, if it were to spread out and let the other sects and sacred grounds know about it, there is no guarantee that our Broad Creed Mountain won't be at a disadvantage. "Junior apprentice nephew Yin, you are a little too careless," Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "The official notification will arrive very soon. With your rank, Elder Chui, you will probably receive the notification tomorrow. As for why Grandmaster made such a decision, it is not my place to speculate. Elder Chui, it would also be best if you do not accept it." Elder Chui's face slightly stiffened, but he saw Yin Zhaoge walk in front of him. The smile on Yin Zhaoge's face gradually turned cold. "Acting elder? Huh. What a high position, what a high position." As a junior disciple, They will subconsciously overlook your role in this matter. After the matter is over, you can still continue to be a benevolent and benevolent elder. Chapter 6. He looked at Yin Zhaoge. As for you, even though your background is extraordinary, you should know that you are still a disciple of the younger generation. Just based on your words just now, this old man can convict you of disrespect for your elders. Even Elder Yin would have nothing to say. Young man, regardless of whether this internal crystal furnace is real or fake, or whether it was discovered by you, even if you have some merit, you should still be careful with your words and actions, and be a little more humble. Even though Elder Chui still had a kind smile on his face, his aura was already imposing, pressuring the crowd of young disciples to the point that they did not dare to even breathe loudly, only looking at Elder Chui with trepidation. The development of the situation had already exceeded their imaginations. The smile on Yin Zhaoge's face was even more peaceful than Elder Chui's. You are an elder? Our clan does indeed pay attention to seniority, and I have always respected the elderly. Only, I don't need my father. If I wanted to find a few people who don't treat you as an elder, it would also be very easy. Today's matter, you indeed did not do anything wrong. But have you always been clean? You should know this in your heart. I respect the elderly, but the prerequisite is that the other party is not disrespectful. Elder Chui stared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge gave him a sidelong glance. What? Elder Chui was speechless. At this moment, he realized that the young man in front of him was even more domineering and petty than he had expected. At this moment, he wanted to turn hostile and teach Yin Zhaoge a lesson, but found that he actually had no bargaining chips to use against Yin Zhaoge. He wanted to make a move, but Ahu opened his mouth wide and looked at him with a sinister smile, causing him to freeze on the spot, unable to advance or retreat. Yin Zhaoge indifferently said, You think you're using a foolish kid as a spear, but you are actually just a spear in someone else's hand. If you had succeeded in tricking me this time, the person behind you would have spared no effort to protect you. But now, the person behind me wants to make a move against you. Do you think the person behind you would still protect you? How much effort would he put in to protect you? Finished speaking, Yin Zhaoge turned around, no longer paying attention to Elder Chui. He glanced at Yi Jing, Si Kong Qing, and the others, and walked out of the side hall. Take your artifacts. We are leaving. Our target is the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Ahu carried the internal crystal furnace and followed closely behind, laughing, sending a sound transmission. Young master, are you punishing the chicken to warn the monkeys? You don't understand. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, turning to look at Yi Jing, who had followed behind him. He was no longer so angry, but had a thoughtful expression on his face. Yin Zhaoge's emotions were calm. Although he had taken the blame for his body's original owner, the current Yin Zhaoge himself had no enmity with Yi Jing to speak of. Therefore, he would not take the initiative to target and suppress him. It would be best if everyone walked their own paths and lived in peace. But if you stand on the opposite side of me, I won't avoid it. Let's have a good wrestling match. Let's see who's stronger between me, the transmigrator, and you, the chosen one. I don't care about life and death. If you can't accept it, then fight. I don't care who you are. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's back, Yi Jing's gaze was complex. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Si Kong Qing's gaze remained cold, but now contained some curiosity. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the others all had looks of admiration on their faces. If the matter with the internal crystal furnace had only allowed them to experience Yin Zhaoge's capabilities, then the confrontation with Elder Chui afterwards had allowed them to truly understand what it meant to be domineering and overbearing. Facing Yi Jing and these people who were obviously inferior to him, even though Yin Zhaoge was rich and overbearing, he was still very calm. Facing Elder Chui, a person who normally made them of the younger generation not even dare to breathe loudly, Yin Zhaoge had actually gone tit for tat, pressuring them step by step, tyrannical to the extreme. Compared to the numerous artifacts, what happened afterwards made them truly feel that Yin Zhaoge and they really weren't on the same level. Yin Zhaoge no longer looked at them, continuing on his way. Ahu followed by his side. Yin Zhaoge gave him a sidelong glance. Ahu, with a big face, laughed foolishly, used his inner chi to restrain his voice, and secretly transmitted it to Yin Zhaoge. Young master, this time it was my negligence. I really didn't think that Yi Jing would actually advance another level in such a short period of time, successfully opening the Qi Ocean in his dantian. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Regarding this matter, he himself was not surprised at all. The Chosen One, the main character Halo, liked to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, blinding the eyes of others and slapping the faces of others swollen. Yin Zhaoge also liked this kind of thing very much. The premise was that he belonged to the side of the face slapping, and not the side of the face being slapped. Send someone down to investigate, and report back as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge similarly transmitted. The old man, surnamed Chui, provoked me to bear a grudge against Yi Jing. He won't let it go so easily. Taking 10,000 steps back, if I really did make a move and kill the Yi Jing, and was also caught by someone with concrete evidence to convict me of fratricide, as long as my father is still here, I will have a chance to turn things around. Moreover, if I really did make a move, how could evidence be so easily caught? This won't have much effect on the competition between second apprentice uncle and father. Yin Zhaoge said, there should still be other reasons. Go investigate this Yi Jing's interpersonal relationships. Investigate carefully, especially within our clan. At this time, Ahu's expression was serious, no longer smiling mischievously. Yes, young master. Yin Zhaoge nodded and continued forward. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. Tiske, I almost forgot about the proper business. Ahu, make a trip back to that side hall. Ahu rubbed his fists. Young master still doesn't feel satisfied enough? Leave it to me. I'll go back and give that rotten old man a good beating. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. No, it's this time's sect mission to investigate the ritual of the sealing dragon abyss. I forgot to collect it. You go back and collect it. Ahu, that day, the assignment hall's acting Elder Chui Xian was removed from his position and investigated by the disciplinary hall for extorting bribes and oppressing juniors. Somewhere in Broad Creed Mountain, in a dark, secluded room. The legends are true. The internal crystal furnace actually has such wondrous uses. Quickly report the news. The current internal crystal furnace is still incomplete and can only be used to forge low-grade artifacts. Although its value is great, it is still limited. Should we wait until we have more results before taking action, lest we expose ourselves and alarm Broad Creed Mountain? We will remain hidden, but the news is of great importance and needs to be reported immediately. As for what to do next, we will just listen to their instructions. Okay, another place. The research of the internal crystal furnace has already been taken over by the sect's upper echelons, but the initial foundation was laid by Yin Zhaoge. With the foundation, we can also try to extrapolate the following things. This time, he is going to the sealing dragon abyss. Although he has guards accompanying him, he is still alone. It is a good opportunity to send people to kill him. Contact the remnants of the 5 spirit flags. That year, the 5 spirit flags were destroyed by Yin Zhaoge's father. A son must pay his father's debts. If they make a move, it will not arouse any suspicions. They just need to warn them not to really kill Yin Zhaoge. At the very least, wait until we get the information about the internal crystal furnace before handing it over to them. Regarding the internal crystal furnace, temporarily do not let the people of the 5 spirit flags know. Just let them kidnap him. One of the 5 regions of the Heaven Domain, in the eastern end of the East Heaven region, in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Zhaoge and the other's destination was the sealing dragon abyss. Junior apprentice Brother Yi, you are from the Eastern Tang Kingdom, right? As they passed through the Eastern Tang Kingdom's capital, a young disciple asked Yi Jing. Yi Jing nodded, a little emotional. That's right. The most powerful holy land stood side by side in the world. Each of them had their own mountain gate, ancestral court, and vast land under their direct jurisdiction. Then, with this as the center, their influence spread to the surrounding vast territories. For example, Broad Creed Mountain directly governed the Central Heaven region at the center of the 5 regions of the Heaven Domain, thereby influencing the entire Heaven Domain. In the 4 regions outside of the Central Heaven region, there were quite a few other sects dynasties or aristocratic families that had been influenced by Broad Creed Mountain, developing on their own with Broad Creed Mountain as their leader. The Eastern Tang Kingdom was one of the three great powers of the East Heaven region, and was also the easternmost border of Broad Creed Mountain's territory. Like the Eastern Tang Kingdom, within its territory, there would be sects or clans of a lower level. Looking at the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yi Jing's thoughts drifted. The Yi family he came from was only a small family clan in a small city within the borders of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Under his efforts, the Yi family had already become the strongest power in that small city, but in the context of the entire Eastern Tang Kingdom, it was still unremarkable. Leaving the small city and coming to the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, he felt as if his horizons had been broadened. As for leaving the Eastern Tang Kingdom and becoming a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, it was like a frog at the bottom of a well that had jumped out, seeing the real world. There were many experts within the Eastern Tang Kingdom, and he still had to look up to them. However, returning to the Eastern Tang Kingdom this time could be considered as returning home in glory. After entering the city, I will go to the Imperial Palace to see the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. At the same time, I also want to see the principal elder of our clan who is overseeing the Eastern Tang Kingdom. I want to first understand the situation in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. Walking at the very front, Yin Zhaoge stopped his footsteps at this time. His gaze also turned towards the Eastern Tang Kingdom's capital and said to the crowd, "You can all settle down and move about on your own. However, after 4 hours, you must gather again. We will be leaving for the Sealing Dragon Abyss." The crowd of young disciples replied in unison, "Yes, Senior Brother Yin." Chapter 7. Yin Zhaoge's casual words made the returning Yi Jing's mood no longer so wonderful. The others, on the other hand, were in a joyous mood. Although they had been enveloped by Yin Zhaoge's radiance, having left Broad Creed Mountain and found themselves in the East Heaven region, in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, they suddenly remembered that they were all Heaven's favored children. As one of the sacred grounds of the current era, Broad Creed Mountain's disciples were originally the most outstanding talents that had been selected from the various large powers like the Eastern Tang Kingdom. How could they possibly be lacking? However, no one would get complacent. Every time this thought appeared in their hearts, the back of a seemingly leisurely blue-robed and white-clothed figure at the very front would immediately calm their restless minds. Touching their respective precious weapons, their hearts were filled with the desire to improve themselves. Within the Eastern Tang Kingdom's royal guards, only the most elite of them would be able to obtain a single combat weapon amongst their peers of the same level of cultivation as them. Of course, they were naturally incomparable to Yin Zhaoge. The people they communicated with were not equal. The person Yin Zhaoge was currently going to meet was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. He was the #1 expert of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the ruler of one of the three great powers of the East Heaven region under Broad Creed Mountain, a famous hero of the region. As for the Eastern Tang Kingdom's principal elder, he was Broad Creed Mountain's representative in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, the Eastern Tang Kingdom's #1 honorary elder. His position was even higher than that of Elder Chui, who had previously caused Yin Zhaoge to feel embarrassed. Although there were differences within and outside the sect, with high and low cultivation and greater and lesser power, in terms of the rules of the sect, the deacon elders like Elder Chui went to the East Heaven continent outside the mountain gate and were responsible for guarding a relatively important city or treasure land. They were also responsible for the exploitation and utilization of certain resources to protect the interests of the sect. A principal elder would sit over a certain dynasty or a certain sect or a great family, becoming their honorary elder, ensuring Broad Creed Mountain's influence over that power, as well as its daily income, dealing with unexpected situations. After entering the city and agreeing on a rendezvous point, Yin Zhaoge went to the Imperial Palace, while Yi Jing and the others spread out, moving about within the Eastern Tang capital city. Yi Jing was no longer in the mood to revisit his old haunt. He walked along the riverbank of the long river that ran through the city, ascending a bridge. Standing alone on the bridge, he looked down at the rapid flow of the river, calm and silent. Si Kongqing soundlessly appeared behind him. Yi Jing sensed her arrival, but did not mind, senior apprentice sister. thinking about what just happened? Sikong Qing tilted her head slightly. Yi Jing shook his head. At the time, I felt that he was deliberately showing off, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem like it. Sikong Qing asked, "Then are you thinking about the artifact senior apprentice brother Yin gave to everyone?" Back at the clan, of the 16 people, only Yi Jing had not chosen the artifact that Yin Zhaoge had left behind. The other 15, Sikong Qing included, had each chosen one. Senior apprentice brother Yin might be showing off, but he has the qualifications to do so. Sikong Qing came to Yi Jing's side and stood shoulder to shoulder. Low-grade artifacts have no thoughts or standpoint. Our future achievements will not be determined by a low-grade artifact. Senior apprentice brother Yin treats everyone equally. What do I not dare to accept? In the future, I'll give him even better things. Yi Jing nodded. Although Sikong Qing had chosen her artifact like everyone else, she was actually the one who didn't really care too much about it. If you didn't accept it, perhaps you would appear to be acting unconventionally, but it is also understandable. Sikong Qing said, "Some people think that it could be considered as senior apprentice brother Yan's goodwill, and you refusing it is ungrateful. But I feel that senior apprentice brother Yin is not expressing goodwill. The way he looks at you is not much different from how he looks at us." Hearing her say this, Yi Jing instead clenched his fists. It was as if the figure of him who had brought his childhood sweetheart far away and completely ignored him had once again appeared before his eyes. What he thinks, I don't know. In any case, his things, I don't want them. As Yi Jing said this, his tone gradually became calm, and his eyes also revealed a confident expression. To the current me, a low-grade artifact is naturally good, but what is more important is my own cultivation. Sikong Qing said, "What you say is also true. If one's thoughts are clear, one's heart will naturally be broadened. If one's heart is stifled, one's cultivation will easily be affected. It would be better to simply let go of one's self and act purely based on one's own thoughts." Yi Jing clenched his fists. Right now, Yin Zhaoge is indeed stronger than me. Not only is his cultivation higher, he has also reproduced the internal crystal furnace artifact forging technique. However, I will not always lose to him. I will definitely surpass him. A young martial scholar doesn't count for much. I will compete with him to see who can become a martial grandmaster first, and who can transcend mortality and enter sainthood first, stepping into the martial saint realm. The cultivation of martial practitioners in this world started from the body refinement realm, passing through the 3 realms of the fleshly body, opening meridians and directing qi. Each realm was further divided into the initial, middle, and late levels. These 9 levels, together with the final 10 heavenly layers of the martial refinement realm, the martial practitioner body refinement realm, were collectively known as the 10 levels of the martial practitioner body refinement realm. Above the martial practitioner body refinement realm was a major barrier. Once passed, the martial practitioner would henceforth step into the martial scholar realm. In a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain, it might not be obvious, but in reality, martial practitioners who had become martial scholars already had the qualifications to establish their own sects in this continent. Many of the leaders of small powers were martial scholars. Martial scholars were divided into the 3 major realms of inner aura, outer aura, and Xiantian. Each realm was also divided into the 3 levels of early, middle, and late. Together with the final heavenly connection realm, it was the 10 levels of the martial scholar realm. And above the heavenly connection realm, there was yet another huge chasm. Those who had crossed it were known as martial grandmasters. Reaching this step, one could already be considered a hero of a region and would be a famous figure in the entire continent. The 10 heavenly layers of the martial grandmaster realm were known as transcending mortality. As the saying goes, transcending mortality and entering sainthood. Those above, transcending mortality, had hopes of advancing into the martial saint realm, becoming a martial saint. In the current world, the number of martial saints could be counted on one's fingers. His internal crystal furnace artifact forging technique can be used to forge artifacts, can be used to forge spirit artifacts, but can he forge a sacred artifact? To a sect, No matter how many spirit artifacts there are, how can they be more important than a martial saint? Yi Jing's pupils shone. Although he had currently opened his Dantian Shi Ocean, he was only at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the mid-Qi directing stage, while Yin Zhaoge had long since stepped into the martial scholar realm, and even reached the late inner aura stage. But Yi Jing was full of confidence. He believed that he would definitely be able to surpass that youth who seemed destined to be his enemy. He had sufficient willpower and firm conviction, and he also had something he could rely on. Yi Jing lightly let out a breath of turbid air, his fingers rubbing the dark red ring on his right hand. It didn't matter if his starting point was low. As long as his rate of improvement was fast, there would definitely come a time when he would catch up and surpass him. Xikong Qing looked at Yi Jing. Junior brother Yi, your potential is extraordinary. Remember to have lofty aspirations and to be down to earth, transcending mortality and entering sainthood, the martial saint realm within reach. Yi Jing laughed. I'm just bragging. Don't make fun of me, senior sister. You have already entered the intricate realm and are only a step away from becoming a martial scholar. From the looks of it now, you're the one most likely to surpass Yin Zhaoge, the one most likely to become the disciple of yet another young martial scholar of Broad Creed Mountain. Xikong Qing said, however, from what I see, senior brother Yin doesn't seem to have any evil intentions this time. Instead, back at the assignment hall, Elder Chui's words were indeed a provocation. Junior brother Yi, you have to be careful of these hidden arrows in the future. There are many interpersonal relationships within the sect. If you cannot understand them, it is very easy for you to get caught up in the undercurrents without knowing it. Chapter 8. Although the matter of the sealing dragon abyss was urgent, since they were passing through the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Zhaoge had to pay a visit to the current ruler of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Not only was the ruler of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and a hero of the East Heaven region, he was also an old friend of Yin Zhaoge's father, who had always respected and cared for Yin Zhaoge. With the abnormalities occurring in the sealing dragon abyss, the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, who were closest to the area, as well as the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain, who were guarding the area, naturally rushed over the first possible moment to suppress and investigate the area. If Yin Zhaoge and the others wanted to enter a dangerous place like the sealing dragon abyss, they first had to understand the latest happenings there. After meeting the Eastern Tang Kingdom king, Yin Zhaoge immediately paid a visit to Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom. This visit was not as easy and harmonious as the previous one, because this principal elder belonged to Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction. The principal elder looked like a serious old man. He looked at Yin Zhaoge and did not waste any words, simply explaining the situation in a few simple sentences. Yin Zhaoge listened while thinking. The Sacred Sun Clan's Chao Yuan Long has also appeared in the sealing dragon abyss. You should keep your spirits up. After explaining the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss, the old man said indifferently. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Isn't it because of him that the sect allowed me to lead the team this time? In the current world, where several sacred grounds stood side by side, the Sacred Sun Clan was a colossus on the same level as Broad Creed Mountain. Its power even surpassed that of Broad Creed Mountain, vaguely making it the #1 sacred ground. Chao Yuan Long was the pride of the Sacred Sun Clan's younger generation, a young martial scholar expert. His age was similar to Yin Zhaoge's, and his cultivation had also reached the late inner aura martial scholar realm. In the Eight Extremities world, he was also a famous rising star of the younger generation. The original owner of Yin Zhaoge's body had exchanged blows with him 3 times, all ending in a draw. The two could also be considered old rivals among the younger generation of the Eight Extremities world. The principal elder said, this child can also be considered rare, having cultivated the Sacred Sun Clan's Golden Sun Needle art to the 8th level. While his talent is outstanding, his temperament is also persevering. If he were to advance a step further this time, I don't think this old man needs to tell you what happened. The Golden Sun Needle Chi art was one of the more neglected martial arts of the Sun Saint clan. However, if one cultivated it to a high level, its power would be extremely great. In the martial arts of the same level, it would be one of the top existences. However, its power was rather limited in the early and middle stages. One had to cultivate it to at least the 6th or 7th layer before it would be extraordinary. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating this cultivation technique was extremely high. The cultivator had to endure the pain of being burned by raging flames, and their entire body felt like it was being pierced by millions of steel needles. Cultivating, it was like self-torture. As one's cultivation base rose, the Sacred Sun clan would naturally have even more profound and powerful martial arts for its disciples to choose from. Therefore, very few people cultivated in this martial art. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, at his age, if Chao Yuanlong were to successfully cultivate the 9th stage of the Golden Sun Needle Art, in the entire history of the Sacred Sun clan, there are no more than 5 people who have done so. This is indeed a rare feat. Being able to become an elite amongst those of the same age in the Sacred Sun clan, he naturally has his outstanding aspects. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Elder, thank you for your reminder. I know what I'm doing. The Eastern Tang's principal elder glanced at him and said mildly, since that is the case, you may go. If you discover anything in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, report back immediately. Take good care of all the disciples here, and don't let anything happen to them. Yin Zhaoge stood up. I will take my leave now. Elder, please wait. Looking at Yin Zhaoge's departing back, the elder's gaze was calm as he slowly closed his eyes. Ignorant child, frivolous and impetuous. The Sealing Dragon Abyss was a large rift valley that spanned across the earth. On both sides were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The rift valley was so deep that its bottom could not be seen, and it was perpetually shrouded in a black fog. The black fog was harmful, and the deeper one went, the denser it became. Even martial experts did not dare to take the risk lightly. Within the fog, there would also be many demonic beasts that were exceptionally vicious. Deep within the Sealing Dragon Abyss, under the shroud of the black fog, strange spatial distortions would occur, making it difficult for one to determine one's location. Even if someone from the outside of the abyss wanted to rescue them, it would also be difficult. However, the Sealing Dragon Abyss would also produce some rare treasures that could not be found anywhere else in the continent. Therefore, martial practitioners would often enter the Sealing Dragon Abyss in search of treasures. Of course, the majority of those who entered never made it out alive. Therefore, since ancient times, the Sealing Dragon Abyss had an awe-inspiring reputation. Yin Zhaoge and the others left the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and arrived at the outer perimeter of the danger zone. You should all know the origin of the Sealing Dragon Abyss, right? Standing atop a mountain ridge by the side of the Rift Valley, Yin Zhaoge said, the 8 extremities world is customarily divided into 8 vast regions by people, with heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain, and marsh as their names. One of the regions, due to a mutation many years ago, became a land of death, becoming the world's largest danger zone. Because of the homonym, it has since been given the name Hell. From Hell to the surrounding heavens and earth, there are many large rift valleys. This Sealing Dragon Abyss is one of the largest, and a relatively large portion of it passes through the heaven domain where my Broad Creed Mountain is located. Yin Zhaoge said, the Sealing Dragon Abyss suddenly changed, and the cause is unknown. You all need to be careful. The group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all nodded in agreement. Under Yin Zhaoge's lead, the group slowly descended the Rift Valley. Although it was a perilous place, the outermost perimeter had already been paved with simple paths. Along the path, lights would light up, and wisps of green smoke would appear, isolating the black fog within a small area, allowing people to walk. This was the first time the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Broad Creed Mountain martial experts had noticed the anomaly and rushed over. First, they had temporarily suppressed the area and opened up a path. Then, while guarding the area, they had notified Broad Creed Mountain to send people to retrieve a special ritual to investigate. If they had not suppressed it in time, the black fog could have rushed out of the canyon. After meeting with the local martial practitioners responsible for guarding the area, Yin Zhaoge and the others began to venture deeper into the sealing dragon abyss. Yin Zhaoge walked at the very front. While paying attention to the surrounding situation, he thought to himself, this black fog really is chaotic, baleful qi. Although it can produce things that are beneficial to the internal crystal furnace, it itself is harmful without a single benefit. Wait, let me think. It doesn't seem to be completely useless. From the late inner aura stage to the early outer aura stage, the difference in strength is far greater than from the mid-inner aura stage to the late inner aura stage. Even if the difference isn't like the difference between heaven and earth, it is still like shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones. Yin Zhaoge thought to himself, releasing one's aura, one's body's defense becomes extremely strong. When an inner aura martial scholar attacks with full force, attacking the vital parts of an outer aura martial scholar that aren't specifically protected will be effective. Otherwise, it would be a waste of energy. On the other hand, when an outer aura martial scholar releases their aura, its killing power is shocking. Breaking through an inner aura martial scholar's aura defense is even easier. Unfortunately, from inner aura to outer aura, the distance of a single step is like a chasm. Wanting to break through is extremely difficult. The key is that a large amount of time is needed to carefully polish one's aura and temper one's body. Walking through the extremely dangerous sealing dragon abyss, a smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Chapter 9. Within the crowd, Yi Jing stared at Yin Zhaoge. One day, I will defeat you. At that time, I want to see if you can still maintain that lofty, arrogant face of yours. Other than old grudges, the current Yi Jing, facing Yin Zhaoge, felt a strange, indescribable feeling. There was a slight appreciation, but more of awkwardness and loathing. It was as if they were born to be enemies, making him subconsciously feel suppressed, which made him feel unhappy. Rather, the seed of the yin true fire that he mentioned in the assignment hall is also of great use to me. Yi Jing thought, if it fell into his hands and I went to ask him for it, it would be too humiliating. As Yi Jing was thinking, his eyes suddenly widened. Si Kongqing and the others also discovered that something was wrong. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge was actually inhaling and exhaling the black fog that everyone else avoided. In their eyes, this action was simply like taking poison to commit suicide. Yin Zhaoge didn't care about what others thought. Looking within his own body, he could see chaotic streams of aura qi gathering under the control of his secret technique, as if forming a grinding wheel, which then rotated unceasingly under the surging aura qi. In the process of rotation, the aura qi within Yin Zhaoge's body was sharpened by this grinding wheel, vaguely showing signs of breaking through his body. Very good. Compared to normal cultivation, the efficiency has increased by more than 3 to 5 times. Although it is only suitable for the current stage of internal aura transforming into external aura, it can still save me a lot of time. The outer aura martial scholar realm is just around the corner. Yin Zhaoge nodded in satisfaction. Having temporarily completed his cultivation, he stopped. Opening his eyes, he saw that everyone was looking at him with shock and confusion. Not walking the normal path, it's so easy to attract attention. Yin Zhaoge grinned, thinking, this brother's flashy life really doesn't need to be explained. A young disciple's eyes flashed with understanding. The changes in the sealing dragon abyss, the black fog, is even more turbulent than before. It's strange and unpredictable. Senior apprentice brother, Yin is absorbing the fog into his body to use this kind of method to carefully analyze it. It's just that this is really too risky. Yin Zhaoge was slightly stunned. Towards the imagination of the masses, he was momentarily speechless. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded in unison, so that's how it is. Yi Jing was still somewhat puzzled, his fingers subconsciously rubbing his dark red ring. Seeing his expression, Yin Zhaoge, unnoticed by the others, quickly rolled his eyes. There really was a ring. For Yi Jing to be able to rise up so quickly and raise his cultivation base at such a rapid pace, he also had some fortuitous encounters and secret techniques. Perhaps he was still not clear on Yin Zhaoge's technique, but putting himself in the shoes of others, he could not help but make some connections. However, Yin Zhaoge did not take this to heart. Towards this, the others all sighed in admiration. Even a martial scholar expert whose cultivation is higher than senior apprentice Brother Yan's might not dare to directly breathe out the black fog like this, right? To them, that black fog that could claim their lives at any moment seemed to be of no importance at all to Yin Zhaoge. Anyway, don't imitate it rashly. Otherwise, opening the door to a thief would be inviting a wolf into the house, and there would be danger. Yin Zhaoge stood up, dusted off his clothes, and strode off first, the others hurriedly following. Now, a tall figure sped over from behind, catching up to Yin Zhaoge's group. It was precisely Ahu. Yin Zhaoge did not stop, continuing to walk neither fast nor slow. Ahu came to his side and sent a sound transmission. "Young master, there's news. It's still unconfirmed, but there's a rumor that after the new disciple competition, that Yi Jing caught Elder Shi's eye." Hearing this, Yin Zhaoge turned his head to look at Ahu. Ahu nodded. It's rumored that Elder Shi rather appreciates his experience of constantly improving himself, as well as his tenacious and indomitable character. He's prepared to observe him for a period of time, and has the intention of accepting him as a direct disciple. Yin Zhaoge sneered. No wonder. This elder was not the same as the previous elder. This Elder Shi, compared to the previous Elder Chui, and even the principal elder overseeing the Eastern Tang Kingdom, were all on a completely different level. Elder Chui was only an acting elder, the kind that had only risen through the years. Above the principal elder of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, there was also the East Elder, who intimidated the entire East Heaven region. Elder Shi was the first seat elder of the disciplinary hall of the Broad Creed Mountain, and was in charge of all the rules and regulations of the Broad Creed Mountain, as well as punishment. His rank was similar to that of the East Elder, but his authority was greater, and his strength was greater. He was Yin Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle, and was the eldest direct disciple of the current Broad Creed Mountain clan chief. This person was upright, and admitted that his abilities were inferior to Yin Zhaoge's father and second apprentice uncle. Therefore, he had long since announced that he would withdraw from the competition for the next clan chief, and was willing to assist the new clan chief, putting the development of the Broad Creed Mountain as the most important thing. Actually, even if this Elder Shi was inferior to his two junior apprentice brothers, he was not far off. Moreover, he was a veteran martial grandmaster, one of Broad Creed Mountain's few peak experts, and his fame spread far and wide throughout the entire Eight Extremities world. Although he did not participate in the competition for the next clan chief, his words held great weight, and even the current clan chief valued the opinion of this eldest disciple. No matter who the new clan chief was, he would almost always continue to sit stably on the first seat elder position of the disciplinary hall, and would become a supreme figure of the Broad Creed Mountain clan. Currently, between Yin Zhaoge's father and his second apprentice uncle, this eldest apprentice uncle was temporarily neutral. With his temperament, if Yi Jing were to be killed by Yin Zhaoge due to jealousy, one could only imagine what kind of reaction Elder Shi would have. Even if there was no evidence, just a suspicion, it could still affect the other's perception. Ahu continued, this matter, that Yi Jing himself should still not know. Elder Shi is of the mind to observe him for a period of time. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge and said somewhat painfully, young master, this time I'm afraid you really will have to take care of this Yi Jing. Otherwise, if you let him die in the sealing dragon abyss, even if you didn't do it, you would still have to bear the blame. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips and thought to himself, come on, with the halo of a main character, how could someone die so easily? After I enter the sealing dragon abyss, you will be responsible for the internal and external communications. You will have to work a bit harder, run a bit more. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand without a care, and Ahu hurriedly nodded in agreement. The group of people traversed through the sealing dragon abyss, and very quickly reached the end of the path carved out by the smoke of the green lanterns. Yin Zhaoge stopped, took out a measuring device, and lit a green candle. Using the candle's flame, he stepped into the thick black fog before him. The others also did the same, cautiously following behind Yin Zhaoge. Having broken free from the suppressive seal, The surrounding black fog immediately became even more turbulent and rampant, like a raging storm attacking everyone. If not for Yin Zhaoge and Ahu standing at the front, even if the others had candles, it would still be difficult for them to stay for long. As expected, the chaotic streams of baleful qi have become much denser, and the flow rate is also much faster than before. Obviously, it has been disturbed for some reason. Yin Zhaoge looked around, his gaze piercing through the thick black fog. Even with Yin Zhaoge's eyesight, he could only clearly see things that were close by. A faint red light flashed by, like lightning in the night sky. This was a phenomenon that had never appeared in the sealing dragon abyss before. Without needing Yin Zhaoge's instructions, Ahu extended his palm, grabbing the air. After withdrawing his palm, a red mark could be seen in the middle of his palm, faintly glowing in the darkness. Like a living creature, it constantly wriggled, as if it wanted to drill into his flesh. Chapter 10. The occasional flashes of red light within the black fog were collected by Ahu. He used his aura chi to seal it, then sealed it with a special crystal. After walking for half a day, the group suddenly felt that the chaotic, baleful qi in front of them seemed to have calmed down and thinned a little. Ahu followed beside Yin Zhaoge. "Young master, we've reached the center of the vortex." Yin Zhaoge nodded. Occasionally, there would be relatively calm areas within the sealing dragon abyss, like the center of a vortex or the eye of a storm. While the surrounding area was filled with perilous waves, this place was relatively calm. These areas varied in number, some large, some small, and their positions were not fixed. As time passed, they could even change. The center of the vortex is relatively safe. Everyone can rest for a bit. Yin Zhaoge said, "Generally speaking, in such an area, it is easy for all kinds of treasures to appear. Because the environment is relatively safe, it is also good for finding treasures. Everyone can move freely and try their luck, but also pay attention to safety. After all, this is the sealing dragon abyss." Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the other young disciples all agreed, then curiously looked around. Yin Zhaoge held the measuring instrument and carefully examined it. This center of the vortex seems to have some kind of profundity. Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly moved. He raised his head and casually glanced around, then lightly said, "Everyone retreat." In the distance, a golden light suddenly flickered within the black fog. Everyone stared blankly and unconsciously retreated. Yin Zhaoge waved his sleeve, and a green light flashed. Like lightning in the night sky, it illuminated the surrounding canyon. The golden light within the black fog suddenly brightened, and a huge body rushed out. It was a one-eyed python, and that golden light was emitted from its single eye. But just as the python rushed out, the green light slashed down, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. The golden light was instantly extinguished, and the python let out a hissing sound. In the next moment, it suddenly stopped, and there was no more sound. Following, there was a loud, muffled sound. The python's huge body had already smashed to the ground. Golden Eye Python, a special product of the sealing dragon abyss. To you guys, it can be said to be a treasure. You can break it down yourselves and split the materials evenly. The green light flashed, and Yin Zhaoge lowered his head and once again adjusted the measuring instrument. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Looking at the corpse of a gigantic python that was dozens of meters long, they all secretly clicked their tongues. The golden eye python's pounce just now was extremely fast, and its strength was vigorous and fierce. It was not inferior to a human martial artist in the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, it was silent, which made them feel a lingering fear when they thought about it. When they disassembled the golden eye python's body, they discovered that the python's scales were tough and flexible, comparable to the scales of precious weapons. Even though the golden eye python was already dead and its blood and chi had deteriorated, it would still be extremely difficult for them to break its scales with their precious weapons. Meanwhile, this golden eye python had been slain by Yin Zhaoge with a single sword. The area where the wound had been cut was as smooth as a mirror, not the slightest bit sluggish, simply like a knife cutting through tofu. Senior apprentice Brother Yan's famed self-created sword art, coiling dragon sleeve. Although this isn't the first time I've seen it, every time I see it, I still feel amazed. A young disciple swallowed his saliva. There were many magical beasts in the sealing dragon abyss, and on their way here, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu had slain quite a few magical beasts that were even stronger than the golden-eye python. A young disciple suddenly asked, "Senior apprentice Brother Yin, what is that?" Yin Zhaoge looked up and saw a distant cliff shrouded in black fog. Suddenly, a white light flashed, its speed even faster than that of the golden-eye python. "That's a radiant spirit cat." Yin Zhaoge glanced at it, then retracted his gaze. "It's harmless and beneficial." Everyone was startled. Ahu, who was beside Yin Zhaoge, opened his mouth and laughed. The sealing dragon abyss's environment is vile, and there are many magical beasts. Most of them are violent and savage, but this radiant spirit cat is an anomaly. Although it's small in size, its strength is quite great, and its speed is as fast as lightning. However, its temperament is gentle, and it doesn't have any aggression. It's even a vegetarian, and it feeds on several spirit grasses that are unique to the sealing dragon abyss. Ahu pointed at the flashing white light. Moreover, this beast is intelligent and kind-hearted. It will take the initiative to save those who are in danger in the sealing dragon abyss. In the future, if you enter the sealing dragon abyss alone and are unfortunately trapped, you might be saved by this beast and be saved. Wen Yijing, Si Kongqing, and the others heard this. They couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. They had a good impression of the radiant spirit cat. At this moment, the flashing white light also stopped, revealing its true form. From the outside, it looked like a small, palm-sized cat. Its entire body flickered with delicate white patterns of light, soft and agile. The radiant spirit cat was also curiously sizing up the people of Broad Creed Mountain. Some of the female disciples found it interesting and wanted to get closer. Seeing this, the radiant spirit cat retreated. The girl stopped, and the cat also stopped. "Senior apprentice Brother Yin, this cat, can I raise it?" The girl returned to Yin Zhaoge's side and asked pitifully. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, then said, "Previously, when we were walking in the sealing dragon abyss, I remember that you all gathered snake truss grass. That thing is very loved by radiant spirit cats. You can try it. This cat is intelligent. As long as you don't have any evil intentions, it will be willing to get close to you. However, if you want to bring it out of the sealing dragon abyss, you will need to put in a lot of effort." The girl cheered. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I'll go try it." Saying so, she carefully took out a few spirit herbs from her bag and walked towards the radiant spirit cat. After the initial vigilance and familiarity, the girl and the cat gradually became familiar with each other. The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples also took out snake truss grass to feed and play with the cat. The small cat, for a moment, received everyone's love. Even those who didn't want to tease the cat smiled as they watched this scene. The radiant spirit cat's body turned into a white light as it shuttled through the canyon. It ran and stopped, and the girl chased after it. At this moment, the fierce sealing dragon abyss didn't seem so gloomy. After passing through a few cliffs in the canyon, they saw a person lying on top of a large rock in the distance. The person was shrouded in black fog and seemed to be on the verge of death, as if he could be swallowed by the darkness at any moment. The Broad Creed Mountain female disciple was slightly startled. Then she saw a flash of white light, and the radiant spirit cat appeared. After carefully observing for a moment, it approached the person lying on the large rock. Thinking of Yin Zhaoge and Ahu's words, the girl relaxed. She saw the small radiant spirit cat walk forward and grab the person's collar with its mouth. Using its neck, it forcefully dragged the person away. Although it was small, its strength was great. But at this moment, the seemingly dying youth suddenly reached out and grabbed the radiant spirit cat's neck. Then, he flipped over and sat up. The radiant spirit cat let out a scream and struggled with all its might. The youth laughed, Senior brother's method is really effective. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to catch this little thing whose speed is comparable to a martial scholar." The Broad Creed Mountain female disciple was shocked. "What are you doing?" The youth turned his head and said indifferently, "What does it have to do with you?" The girl frowned. "That radiant spirit cat thought you were in danger and tried to save you out of kindness. But you deliberately pretended to be in danger to catch it? This little thing is stupid. Who can you blame for falling for it?" The youth said carelessly, "All living things in the world have their own strengths. The heavens gave this magical beast a speed that far surpasses ordinary humans. They also gave us humans wisdom. Of course, we have to play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. We use our wisdom to find a way to counter the magical beast's strengths." The girl angrily said, "You are clearly despicable, taking advantage of the kindness of others." The youth said, "Since when did the people of Broad Creed Mountain start interfering with the matters of my Sun Saint sect?" The Broad Creed Mountain female disciple carefully looked at the youth. The youth was wearing a white robe with red cuffs that were embroidered with a sun pattern. Sure enough, he was a Sun Saint sect disciple. The youth grabbed the radiant spirit cat and scratched its neck with his fingernails. Immediately, blood flowed out. "So what if I caught it? My goal is the spirit light crystal core in its head." The Sun Saint sect disciple laughed. "In this world, whoever has the biggest fist has the final say. If you can beat me, then naturally you can take this little thing away. If you can't beat me, then no matter what you say, it's useless. You're a Broad Creed Mountain disciple, so all you have left is your mouth?" The girl looked at the palm-sized cat twitching, unable to even let out a cry. She couldn't help but become even angrier. Unable to restrain herself, she rushed towards the youth. Broad Creed Mountain and the Sun Saint sect both controlled neighboring territories. Usually, there were many conflicts between the younger disciples. At this time, the other Broad Creed Mountain disciples also turned around. Seeing the situation, they immediately came forward to help. The youth wasn't alone. Other Sun Saint sect disciples came to find him. The scene immediately became chaotic. It seemed like a group fight was about to break out. "Young master, they are from the Sun Saint sect." Ahu came to Yin Zhaoga's side and reported what had happened. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Do they have a martial scholar?" Ahu answered, "I haven't seen them yet." "That's simple." Yin Zhaoga shrugged. Chapter 11. However, he still carried out Yin Zhaoga's instructions to the letter. Since the other side did not have a martial scholar, he did not interfere. Reality also proved that the situation did not exceed Yin Zhaoga's expectations. The younger generation of Broad Creed Mountain disciples had initially suffered a small loss, but after Yi Jing and Sikong Qing arrived, the situation immediately reversed. The two sides fought in the sealing dragon abyss, and in the end, they fought with all kinds of weapons. The Sacred Sun clan was on the same level as Broad Creed Mountain, and even surpassed it. At such a young age, as a martial practitioner of the body refinement realm, he dared to enter such a dangerous place like the sealing dragon abyss to temper himself. His talent and strength were naturally outstanding amongst his peers. The sects behind them were also willing to invest in them. Each of them was wealthy and, at the very least, had a combat artifact. The most outstanding among them even had an artifact. The Sun Saint sect had less than 20 disciples, but they had 8 low-grade artifacts. When they were all taken out, spiritual chi surged, and light illuminated the surrounding 100 meters. Then, the Sun Saint sect disciples were all stunned, because the 16 Broad Creed Mountain disciples in front of them all had an artifact, and some even had more than one. The next moment, the attacks that could topple mountains and overturn seas turned them and the 8 artifacts of the Sun Saint sect into a small boat in the middle of a raging storm, as if it could be submerged at any time. The Sun Saint sect disciples were so angry that they vomited blood. Although the sealing dragon abyss is a dangerous place, isn't Broad Creed Mountain a bit too generous? They actually gave everyone an artifact. Could it be that they came here for a special mission? But if it was a special mission, why would they send body refinement cultivators? Could it be that they came here specifically for us? The other side has too many artifacts. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Let's go. We'll have our revenge in the future. The Sun Saint sect disciples fought and retreated, while Yi Jing, Si Kong Qing, and the others chased after them. Compared to their current cultivation, the combat strength brought about by artifacts was very significant, to the point that it was difficult for the Sun Saint sect disciples to escape. With great difficulty, they retreated to the center of the whirlpool, where they had camped and rested. In the end, they were still surrounded by the Broad Creed Mountain disciples. The Sun Saint sect disciple who caught the Radiant Spirit Cat grinned. Good. Your Broad Creed Mountain is against my Sun Saint sect? This Radiant Spirit Cat is wild. It is not your family's pet. Since I caught it, naturally it belongs to me. What right do you have to meddle? The female disciple who chased the Radiant Spirit Cat shouted. That cat is close to me. I want it. The other snorted. Your name is written on its body? The girl was furious. You, the leading Sacred Sun Clan disciple, said coldly. Provoking our Sacred Sun Clan for a single magical beast, has Broad Creed Mountain grown stronger in recent years? Sun Mountain Sect Sun, the sect Sun, Dao Sect Sun, the group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples frowned slightly. While the few sacred grounds stood side by side, there were still differences in strength between them. The Sacred Sun Clan was indeed powerful, and their style was also tough and domineering. One disciple sect dynasty, sect Sun, Saint Sect Yang City, out. Can you bear the responsibility of causing a conflict between the two sacred grounds? The ice sword in Si Kong Qing's hand raised a sky full of wind and frost, suppressing the opponent's artifact to the point where it couldn't move at all. An all-out conflict between the two holy lands is something that I, a junior disciple with a body refinement cultivation, naturally cannot bear. The only thing that I can control is the sword in my hand. She seemed to be admitting defeat, but the words body refiner disciple made the other party feel a burning sensation on his face. I am a body refiner disciple. I can't bear the responsibility. You are the same. What right do you have to use the tiger's skin? The Sun Saint sect and Broad Creed Mountain had many conflicts between the younger generation disciples. Unless it was a matter of great importance, the upper echelons of the sect would not be alerted. In the eyes of the elders, it was just a form of training for the younger generation disciples. If they lost in a fight, they would lose face. If they wanted to get it back, they would do it the same way. The conflict between the two giants of the world would involve too many people. Not to mention, there were also other sacred grounds on the side. It would not happen easily, but if a battle really broke out, it would definitely be a magnificent scene. Yi Jing laughed coldly. You are a disciple of the Sacred Sun Clan. Since you can't beat them, you only know how to compare your background, your backing. These past few years, the Sacred Sun Clan had been at the top, and the cultivation bases of its disciples were indeed outstanding. They had always been used to being domineering when outside, especially their new disciples, who were even more unbridled and unbridled, to the point that they had gradually begun to look down on the descendants of Broad Creed Mountain and the other sacred grounds. In the recent conflicts between the younger generation disciples and Broad Creed Mountain, on the whole, the Sacred Sun Clan had more victories than defeats. Now that they had suddenly suffered such a huge loss, they felt even more incredulous. That Sun Saint sect disciple was careless with his words and was pushed around by Yi Jing and Si Kong Qing. He coldly snorted, Hey, you guys brought a lot of artifacts today. If you have the ability, then bury us all in this sealing dragon abyss. Otherwise, this enmity will definitely be repaid in the future. Do you think that my Sun Saint sect doesn't have a mere 10 or so low-grade artifacts? The Broad Creed Mountain disciple sneered. Before, when we didn't use artifacts, did you guys beat us? The group of Sun Saint sect disciples were seething with anger. When they didn't use artifacts, they were only at a slight disadvantage. Who would have thought that when they used artifacts, the disadvantage would be even greater? They were beaten like gray grandchildren, unable to even escape. But the group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples couldn't be more pleased. This is all thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Yan. The feeling of smashing people with artifacts is really great. As they spoke, the artifacts in Yi Jing's and the other's hands suddenly vibrated. Not only him, but the artifacts in the hands of all the Broad Creed Mountain disciples also vibrated, as if warning. In the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone without any warning. From top to bottom, it was as if there were millions of needle-like golden lights shining at the same time, dazzling the eyes. In response, Yi Jing, Si Kongqing, and the others' artifacts abruptly surged with spiritual qi, pressing towards that person. In a flash of golden light, the 16 artifacts, along with their respective owners, were all repelled. Those needle-like golden lights were like solid metal. When they came into contact with the artifacts, an ear-piercing sound of impact rang out. The group of Broad Creed Mountain only felt as if they had been lightly pricked by those needle-like lights. Their originally surging qi and blood suddenly stagnated, and their cultivation was like snow under the sun, melting in an instant. When the light dissipated, a young man wearing a white robe with golden edges stood proudly in front of everyone. He stood there, not putting on any airs, but an invisible force field filled the surroundings, suppressing everyone. This person's entire body was like a black hole, producing a huge suction force. The group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples couldn't even temporarily escape. Instead, they were slowly being sucked towards him. Everyone's low-grade artifact had been knocked out of their hands by this person's previous attack. Now, they fell to the ground, flickering with a faint light. The group of Broad Creed Mountain wanted to call back their spiritual artifacts, but their artifacts shook on the ground, unable to move. Impressively, they were also forcefully suppressed by the opponent. Chapter 12. Chao Yuanlong's name resounded throughout the younger generation of martial practitioners. This was not only because he was a late inner aura martial scholar at such a young age, but also because his potential was limitless and his strength was astonishing. Just half a year ago, when he was traveling, he fought against 3 opponents of the same cultivation level. While showing off the strength of the Sun Saint clan, it also showed everyone why this young man was able to become a representative figure amongst his peers in a sacred ground like the Sun Saint clan. Now that he had suddenly appeared, his cultivation had suppressed everyone present. The gap between the two was not just a little bit, causing the Broad Creed Mountain disciples, who had seen many martial scholars before, to feel an immense pressure. Someone subconsciously replied, "We came with senior apprentice Brother Yin." Before he could finish his sentence, Chao Yuanlong's eyes exploded with an astonishing brilliance, as if the sun itself was blinding, making it hard for others to look at him. Chao Yuanlong asked Yin Zhaoge. Everyone was shocked. A Broad Creed Mountain disciple replied, "That's right, it's senior apprentice Brother Yin Zhaoge." Chao Yuanlong's eyes shone even more brilliantly as he took a step forward. The many low-grade artifacts scattered on the ground all trembled. Even though artifacts were sentient, they were still artifacts and did not have their own consciousness. Without a master to control them, they all trembled under Chao Yuanlong's step. As Chao Yuanlong stepped on the ground, Yi Jing and the others immediately felt the connection between them, and their artifacts that they had painstakingly nurtured these past few days had suddenly been severed. Everyone felt a prickling pain in their heads. It was clear that Chao Yuanlong's foot had broken the connection between them and their artifacts, causing them to suffer a backlash. Low-grade artifacts, to a body refiner, are indeed precious treasures. But to me, even if you were able to activate the full power of your artifacts, it would still be insignificant. Chao Yuanlong indifferently said, "Does your Broad Creed Mountain have a lot of artifacts? Since you dare to show off in front of my Sun Saint clan, then leave them all behind. Even though I don't care for these things, I can give them to my junior apprentice brothers and sisters to play with for a few years. Since you used the power of your artifacts to deal with my fellow disciples, then these artifacts will serve as an apology." He waved his hand at the Sun Saint clan disciples behind him. "Come up and choose your artifacts." The Sacred Sun clan disciples all laughed. "Thank you, Senior Brother Chao." Yi Jing and the others were infuriated. Chao Yuanlong coldly swept his eyes over them. his gaze falling on Sikong Qing. I know you have a mid-grade artifact in your hands. If you also want to give it to me, you might as well take it out. Sikong Qing frowned, but she did not back down and stared at Chao Yuanlong. Yi Jing's expression was grave and stern, his fingers lightly rubbing his dark red ring. Chao Yuanlong's hands were clasped behind his back, and his whole body began to flicker with a faint, illusory golden light, like millions of golden needles. This one will not come to make things difficult for you undergraduates. Go back and call Yin Zhaoge over to see this one. This one will be waiting for him here. Chao Yuanlong's cold and solemn face revealed a trace of a smile. As long as he dares to come. A needle-like golden light shot out from every pore on Chao Yuanlong's body, making him look as if he was coated in a layer of golden splendor. The crowd of Sun Saint sect disciples all looked at Chao Yuanlong with both respect and fear. This senior apprentice brother of theirs, for many years, had endured every inch of his body, every inch of his skin, and the pain of being burned by needles. He had forcefully cultivated the almost self-harming Golden Sun Needle Qigong to an extremely profound level. Toward himself, he was already so ruthless. Towards others, it was easy to imagine how cruel and harsh his methods would be. Even the crowd of Sun Saint sect disciples felt fear towards Chao Yuanlong. Senior apprentice brother, Chao really did cultivate the Golden Sun Needle Qigong to the 9th level. External release of aura is originally a technique that only outer aura martial scholars can do. Senior apprentice brother Chao is now able to do it at the late inner aura stage. Even though he is not a true outer aura martial scholar, it is still extremely terrifying. No wonder he can easily defeat opponents of the same level. Just as they were thinking this, the crowd saw Chao Yuanlong's aura continue to rise. His whole body seemed to have transformed into a small sun, causing people to not dare to look at him. For a moment, the black mist in the surrounding space seemed to have become much thinner. Without needing to make a move, just the vibration of his aura caused the rocks around Chao Yuanlong to begin to disintegrate, revealing numerous cracks. Not the 9th level, it's the 10th level. This time, even Chao Yuanlong's fellow disciples were shocked. Senior brother Chao has completely mastered the Golden Sun Needle Qigong. The Sacred Sun Clan disciples all exchanged looks. Although there weren't many people who cultivated the Golden Sun Needle energy art, there had been quite a few throughout the years. At Chao Yuanlong's age, it was extremely rare for someone to reach the 9th stage of this martial art. Throughout the ages, there were no more than 5 people who had managed to do so. But if one were to talk about someone who had completely cultivated to the 10th level, he seemed to be the first. The crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples may have recognized the Golden Sun Needle art, but they didn't know its specifics, so they didn't understand the significance of Chao Yuanlong's actions. But right now, Chao Yuanlong's entire body was emitting a frightening aura, allowing them to clearly understand just how frightening their opponent was. Previously, when they of Broad Creed Mountain had seen Yin Zhaoge make a move, he had not possessed such power. For a time, they all began to feel rather uneasy. Could senior apprentice brother Yin defeat this person before him? Since our last meeting, Yin Zhaoge should have made some progress, right? I think he should be able to withstand at least the 9th level of my Golden Sun Needle art, but I don't know if he can withstand the power of the 10th level of my Golden Sun Needle art. From within the golden light that resembled a small sun, Chao Yuanlong's indifferent voice resounded. I believe that Yin Zhaoge will also make some progress, but if his progress isn't great enough, I will be very disappointed. But the 3 times we fought before, there was no clear victor. Today, let's put an end to it. Hearing his words, smiles instantly appeared on the faces of the Sacred Sun Clan disciples. If he doesn't come, it will be a loss of face. But if he tries to force himself to come, then it won't just be a loss of face. The faces of the Broad Creed Mountain disciples present couldn't help but become even uglier. Chao Yuanlong lightly said, hiding my strength and suddenly attacking, I have no interest in doing that. Go back and tell Yin Zhaoge that I have reached the 10th level of my Golden Sun Needle art, and ask him if he has the guts to come. Before Chao Yuanlong's words fell, a careless voice suddenly resounded from within the ceiling dragon abyss. I'm already here. A green light suddenly flashed through the darkness, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky. The sound of a dragon's roar resounded, instantly becoming deafening. Chapter 13. Chow Yuanlong wanted to use his bare hands to block the incoming sword light. Unexpectedly, streaks of green sword light suddenly burst forth from the green light. Like a real dragon, it suddenly shook its scales, and all the scales on its body opened and closed. Coiling dragon sleeve, true dragon armor. At this moment, the sword light was like a real green dragon. The green sword light dispersed, cutting the golden needles in half. Chow Yuanlong took a step back, his expression becoming serious. He enunciated each word slowly, squeezing out 3 words from between his teeth. Yin, Zhao, Gu. A figure appeared in front of the crowd, dressed in white, with a blue robe with black edges. It was Yin Zhaoge. Seeing Yin Zhaoge's leisurely expression, the Broad Creed Mountain disciples immediately felt their hearts relax, and the pressure brought by Chow Yuanlong was swept away. But the Sun Saint sect disciples all felt their hearts clench. Even though they were used to being arrogant, at this moment, their morale had dropped. Yin Zhaoge leisurely walked in front of Chow Yuanlong. I'm here. How do you want to settle this? Say it. Chow Yuanlong stared at Yin Zhaoge and shouted, Good. His entire body seemed to light up with a golden light, thousands of golden needles, like the sun, illuminating all 4 directions. The next moment, Chow Yuanlong struck out a palm towards Yin Zhaoge. Sun Saint sect direct lineage martial art, heaven striking palm. The blazing sun, like the midday sun. Different from how he had intimidated Si Kong Qing, Yi Jing, and the others, Chow Yuanlong not only used the golden sun needle technique, but also another supreme martial art, the heaven striking palm. The combination of the two increased its power. Just the wind from the palm alone was as sharp as a steel knife. Within the range of Chow Yuanlong's palm, the surrounding space suddenly froze, and even the dust was frozen in midair. The power of one palm sealed off the flow of air in the surrounding space. Cultivating qi like stone, the flesh and blood could crush iron into mud. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change. His right hand shook, and a green light flashed out of his sleeve, heading towards Chow Yuanlong. The dragon's roar resounded again, and the green sword light vibrated. Thousands of sword lights flashed, like a divine dragon shaking off its armor. Yin Zhaoge merged with his sword, resembling a cloud dragon soaring into the sky, his entire person seemingly transforming into a green dragon as he shot into the skies, breaking through the countless rays of golden light that resembled sunlight. Azure dragon in the sleeve, soaring dragon. The clouds rose like a dragon, rising like the clouds and soaring like a dragon. It was also a metaphor for heroes rising at the right time. Pa! With a crisp sound, the golden light and the green light dissipated together. Chow Yuanlong's figure flew backwards, and when he regained his footing, his eyes were filled with confusion. When he awoke, his expression instantly turned incomparably savage as he glared at Yin Zhaoge. On his face, a thin, dark red line of blood could be clearly seen, clearly having been forcibly drawn out by Yin Zhaoge with some unknown object. His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge calmly looked at Chow Yuanlong, not saying a word. It was as if he was asking if Chow Yuanlong was still coming. Chow Yuanlong was so angry that one Buddha ascended to the heavens and 2 Buddhas came out of their bodies. Letting out an angry roar, he pounced forward again. In the darkness of the sealing dragon abyss, the green light reappeared and the dragon's roar resounded once more. Pa! 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 The crowd of Sun Saint clan disciples, at this moment, were all wide-eyed and tongue-tied. They could only see that their senior apprentice brother Chow, who had been in high spirits just a moment ago, now had streaks of blood on his face, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. It was truly a miserable sight. Chow Yuanlong was beaten to the point of dizziness, his eyes turning blood red. Gathering all the aura qi in his body into his palms, he attacked Yin Zhaoge. With this attack, he completely disregarded his own defense, only attacking without defending, raising his attack power to its peak. Even if he had to perish together with Yin Zhaoge, he still wanted to kill Yin Zhaoge on the spot. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him, his right hand trembling once more, his sword heading straight for Chao Yuanlong's incoming palm. Amidst the shocking roar of a dragon, a tragic cry resounded. The next moment, everyone could see a bloody hole in Chao Yuanlong's palm. Shockingly, it had been pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's sword. Yin Zhaoge indifferently said, satisfied? Facing everyone's bewildered and uncertain gazes, Yin Zhaoge's expression was tranquil. He flicked his sleeve, revealing a piece of emerald green. It was only now that everyone could clearly see the weapon that Yin Zhaoge had been using all this time. But the result was that everyone simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air. Seeing this, Chao Yuanlong's vision darkened, and he almost fainted. It was not a sword, but a slender emerald green bamboo branch. Yin Zhaoge's right hand held the bamboo branch, while his left hand held the other end. The plump, slender, emerald green bamboo branch was slightly bent in an arc between his hands, and there were even a few fresh bamboo leaves gently swaying on its surface. Seeing this scene, everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. Countless thoughts surfaced in everyone's mind. It's some kind of treasure, just that because it's a divine object, it looks like an ordinary bamboo branch. Just as this thought arose in someone's mind, they saw Yin Zhaoge casually throw it out. The bamboo branch fell to the ground, resembling a sharp sword stabbing into the ground, lightly shaking. But without the support of Yin Zhaoge's aura qi, the bamboo branch was corroded by the baleful qi of the sealing dragon abyss and immediately withered. The originally fresh emerald green color rapidly withered, and the flexible branch lost its moisture, turning yellow, and then decayed, finally turning into a pile of ash. The spectators were all dumbfounded. It's actually really just an ordinary bamboo branch. Yi Jing's brows knit together, and he sucked in a deep breath. But such a weak bamboo branch, how could such a strong martial practitioner's aura qi be attached to it? Not to mention using it against an enemy, just infusing it with aura qi, the bamboo branch would instantly disintegrate in a fine powder. Even metal is unable to bear it, much less grass and wood. Fine to the finest detail, exquisite control, wielding something heavy as though it were light, skillfully and with ease. Sikong Qing's eyes flashed with an astonishing light. When he struck out with his sword, it only contained the martial practitioner's aura qi, and not the spiritual qi of the artifact. The sharpness of the artifact. I had thought that it was just an ordinary weapon, but who would have thought that it was actually bamboo? Sikong Qing gazed at Yin Zhaoge. He broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the outer aura martial scholar realm. I've never heard of an inner aura martial scholar who could control their own aura qi to such an exquisite degree. But even an early outer aura martial scholar wouldn't be able to do this, right? What exactly is he? For a moment, everyone was at a loss for words. Although their own cultivation levels were still low, they were all from large, famous sections. They were experienced, knowledgeable, and had broad horizons. They could all see that the sword just now was not ordinary. Using bamboo as a sword, and it still had such power, what if it was a real sword? What if it was a battle artifact, or even an artifact? Even the Broad Creed Mountain disciples were silent. Chao Yuanlong stared at Yin Zhaoge, his breathing heavy, the spiritual qi of an artifact gradually surging out of his body. The spiritual qi fluctuations far surpassed that of a low-grade artifact. Yin Zhaoge looked at him indifferently. You want to compare whose weapon is better with mine? Chao Yuanlong was startled. His face instantly flushed red, but he didn't dare to activate his artifact again. Yin Zhaoge swept his sleeve, and the dozen or so low-grade artifacts on the ground all flew into the air. Under the stimulation of his aura qi, the artifact's spirituality was immediately stimulated, and together they blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they shot towards Chao Yuanlong. The Broad Creed Mountain disciples all let out cries of alarm. The power displayed by these artifacts was completely different from when they had activated them. This time, Chao Yuanlong also didn't dare to forcibly resist. and was sent flying backwards by the torrential rain of artifacts. The crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples all laughed, while the Sun Saint Clan disciples all seemed dispirited. These artifacts were mostly shields, armors, and the like. At this moment, when Yin Zhaoge activated them to attack, they were like giant hidden weapons, their power heavy. Yin Zhaoge's last punch landed on one of the shields. The shield broke through Chao Yuanlong's defense and smashed into his head, directly knocking this Sun Saint Clan disciple unconscious. Chapter 14. Being swept by Yin Zhaoge's gaze, the group of Sun Saint sect disciples all jolted and regained their wits. Yin Zhaoge stood in place, a short bamboo branch appearing in his right hand, the other end lightly tapping on the palm of his left hand. The Sun Saint sect disciples gathered together, looking at Yin Zhaoge. "You bullying the weak, I have no interest in doing it, but the prerequisite is that some people don't come looking for a beating." Yin Zhaoge lightly said, "I am a very magnanimous person. Most of the time I don't bear grudges, so if there's a problem, I like to solve it on the spot." The group of Sun Saint sect disciples all paled, their mouths opened, but no sound came out. Yin Zhaoge waved his hand, and the artifacts once again flew in front of Sikong Qing, Yi Jing, and the others. Seeing this scene, the 8 Sun Saint sect disciples unconsciously tightened their grip on the artifacts in their hands. Yin Zhaoge casually said, "I'm not like Chao Yuanlong. I really don't care about those 8 artifacts, but the other things." As he said this, Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on a young Sun Saint sect disciple, whose eyes suddenly flashed. His expression was somewhat conflicted, as if he wanted to directly squash the little cat in his hand, but under Yin Zhaoge's pressure, he didn't dare. Yin Zhaoge looked at him, smiled, and grabbed the air with his left hand. The radiant spirit cat immediately escaped from the youth's hand. The youth felt his fingers go soft and couldn't muster any strength, let alone squash the cat. Even moving his fingers was difficult. But the small radiant spirit cat didn't feel the slightest bit of abnormality and flew through the air into Yin Zhaoge's hand. With a burst of aura qi, the wound on the cat's neck stopped bleeding, and Yin Zhaoge casually threw the cat into the hands of his junior apprentice sister. The girl held the radiant spirit cat, feeling both happy and distressed. "Pa!" With a crisp sound, the bamboo branch in Yin Zhaoge's right hand directly sent the youth who had just caught the radiant spirit cat flying. "That radiant spirit cat, my junior apprentice sister raised it, belongs to my Broad Creed Mountain." Yin Zhaoge's hands pinched the 2 ends of the bamboo branch, bending it slightly in front of him. "These words," I said, "is there a problem?" The Sacred Sun Clan martial practitioners all lowered their heads slightly, not speaking. Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "I know that you are not convinced. Chao Yuanlong cannot beat me, and you cannot beat me, but that does not mean that the martial practitioners of the Sacred Sun Clan cannot beat me. But at the very least, here and now, you have no choice but to accept it." Pride was extremely easy to fall, and those who had not experienced much wind and rain would often easily walk to extremes. The Sacred Sun Clan descendants had their spirits completely crushed by Yin Zhaoge at this moment. Their gazes all turned dim and helpless. The bamboo in Yin Zhaoge's hand pointed into the distance. "This is the central region of the whirlpool. There is no place for you to stay. Take Chao Yuanlong and scram." While the Sacred Sun Clan disciples' spirit and arrogance had been broken, hearing these words, they all glared angrily at Yin Zhaoge. "The center of the vortex is so big. Why can't we stay here? Senior Martial Brother Chao is unconscious. If he goes to a place with thick black fog, he might not be able to endure it. This Senior Apprentice Brother Yin, isn't your Broad Creed Mountain a little too much? Do you really think that my Sacred Sun Clan is easy to bully?" Even the group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples, upon hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, felt a little surprised. In a dangerous place like the Sealing Dragon Abyss, a stable central region was rarely seen. The area in front of them was extremely big. Although the 2 factions were not on good terms, they could each occupy a side and not see each other. Yin Zhaoge had directly knocked Chao Yuanlong unconscious, and had even beaten up the other Sacred Sun clan disciples to the point where their faces were covered in blood. This could still be said to be the result of sparring between the younger generation. But to directly drive Chow Yuan Long and the others out of the central region of the whirlpool was indeed a little too arrogant. At the end of the day, although the people of Broad Creed Mountain were unwilling to admit it, compared to the Sacred Sun clan, their own sect was still somewhat weaker. Yin Zhaoge, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He only rhythmically tapped the bamboo branch in his right hand against the palm of his left hand. His gaze was fixed on the faces of the Sacred Sun clan disciples in front of him, a hint of undisguised ridicule in his eyes. With Chow Yuanlong unconscious, the leader of the remaining Sacred Sun clan disciples took a deep breath and said in a low voice to his fellow disciples behind him, "If we don't fight when the odds are against us, let's go." Unlike when they had faced Sikong Qing and Yi Jing, when they had spoken a few harsh words, when facing Yin Zhaoge, the group of Sacred Sun clan disciples all lowered their heads in silence. A few people picked up Chow Yuanlong and retreated in a sorry state. But everyone knew that the Sacred Sun clan would not let this matter rest. In the future, when they had called for reinforcements, they would definitely make a comeback. Someone looked at the retreating figures of the Sacred Sun clan disciples and said in a low voice, "Why don't we just leave them here to avoid future troubles? After all, this is the sealing dragon abyss." Hearing this, the others all shivered. Yin Zhaoge did not say anything. At this time, Ahu's tall figure appeared to the side. He picked his ear and flicked his finger. "Little guy, you're quite fierce, ah? I think very highly of you. But will my family's young master be afraid of them complaining and calling for reinforcements?" The disciple didn't say anything, but the others all opened their mouths. Having an awesome father, it really was worry-free, in a moment of excitement. Ahu's mouth was a little careless as he laughed. "Actually, the real reason is that my family's young master seems to be in a very good mood today. If he was in a bad mood, he would take it out on others. I reckon that he would really bury Chow Yuanlong and those other kids here." Everyone wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. At this time, Yin Zhaoge's sound transmission resounded in Ahu's ears. "Ahu, your allowance for this month, I, your young master, will be withholding it." Ahu's eyes widened. "Young master, don't. It's just like you said, when your family's young master is in a bad mood, I will take it out on others." "Heavens, young master, you are forever wise and heroic, high above the masses, magnanimous, benevolent, and righteous." Not mentioning Ahu, who was secretly begging for mercy, although the Broad Creed Mountain disciples were a little worried about the future changes of the Sacred Sun clan, they were more excited and happy. Their gazes towards Yin Zhaoge were filled with admiration and worship. In the blink of an eye, he had crippled Chow Yuanlong, who was at the same cultivation level as him. Chow Yuanlong was not an ordinary inner aura martial scholar, but a direct disciple of the Sacred Sun clan. He was an outstanding figure amongst his peers, an outstanding figure amongst those of the same cultivation level. In the entire Eight Extremities world, he was a famous rising star of the younger generation. Of those of the same cultivation level, how many would dare say that they could beat Chow Yuanlong into such a state so easily? Some disciples who had been in the clan for a little longer looked at Yin Zhaoge with doubt and admiration. "Before, I never knew that senior brother Yin was actually this strong. Could it be that he had been holding back all this time?" "Cough, cough, style. I have to maintain the style of an expert. I have to have a style." Yin Zhaoge warned himself in his heart as he accepted the gazes of admiration and worship from the crowd without any trace of politeness. Although the coiling dragon sleeve was a supreme technique of his body's original owner, if not for Yin Zhaoge's modifications and changes, naturally he would not have been able to achieve such a glorious result. After incorporating the Taiji Cloud Dragon Sword's sword intent from his previous life's Divine Palace collection into the coiling dragon sleeve, it immediately underwent a complete transformation. As for using a bamboo branch as a weapon, it was naturally under the premise of not going overboard, and to pursue a flashy effect as much as possible. However, it seemed like he was the one who had said that they would fly together while acting pretentious. The effect is not bad. Keep up the good work." Yin Zhaoga nodded his head in satisfaction. A fellow disciple hesitantly asked, "Senior brother Yin, since we are unable to completely eliminate those people from the Sacred Sun clan, why do we have to shed all pretense of cordiality and drive them out?" Yin Zhaoga said without a care, "Because I'm in a good mood, ah." The other party was flabbergasted and was momentarily speechless. Yin Zhaoga smiled and said no more. He snapped his fingers. Seeing this, Ahu immediately placed the internal crystal furnace that he had painstakingly brought in at the edge of the whirlpool. Chapter 15. Nowadays, the Xuanhuan genre was in a slump. It would be very, very difficult for it to improve. There were many authors who had a passable result in their first book, but their second book flopped all the way to the Pacific Ocean. If Senior Brother's book wants to go far, it cannot do without everyone's support. Here, I sincerely ask for subscriptions and monthly passes. The importance of these two things goes without saying. Actually, subscribing to a book really does not cost much money. A chapter only costs a few cents, at most 10 cents, and not more than 20 cents. The little bit of money that leaks out from between everyone's fingers will become nutrients for Senior Brother's book to thrive and grow. Today, I broke through 15 chapters. Will it wither tomorrow? Impossible. This month's update and today's breakout is just the beginning. I have always believed in two things. The first is, actions are always more powerful than words. No matter how beautiful one's words are, it cannot be compared to doing something. The second is, ability is one thing, but attitude is another. Therefore, I want to show everyone my attitude. I want to write seriously and work hard to write a book. I want to write a story that most people will find refreshing and interesting. I will do my best to write more and break through more so that everyone can read to their heart's content. Explosive updates will inevitably pull down the average subscriptions. For authors, average subscriptions are very important. It is the lifeline of a book. Not to mention, breaking through will consume a large amount of manuscripts. For an author with lousy hands like me, seeing Mr. Manuscripts on the verge of death is simply empathizing with him. I'm also shrouded in anxiety, but I still broke through because I promised that I would break through once it's published. I will do my best to fulfill my promise. Previously, many readers have sent me gifts. Today, there are also a lot of gifts. Thank you, everyone. I have also promised that I will break through more chapters when it's published. 50,000 gifts and 1 chapter. Alliance Master, 2 chapters. I will keep my promise in mind, and I will fulfill it. So far, there were a total of 12 chapters and more in the Poor Kai Chien League, 5 chapters and more in the Long Kong 666-66 League, 8 chapters and more in the Careless Pig League, 2 chapters and more in the Unparalleled June League, 2 chapters and more in the Are You Retarded to Ask Someone's Gender League, 4 chapters and more in the Constant Bathing League, 2 chapters and more in the Ouyang Dizzy League, 2 chapters and more in the Chin Chin First Meeting League, 2 chapters and more in the D Queen League, 2 chapters and more in the Illicit Beauty by the River League, 2 chapters and more in the Leave Your Head League, and 2 chapters and more in the Troiglex League, as well as his book friend's Cloud Song No Hard Disk, T on You, and he sure each added a chapter. Among them, the first reward given by the Cheong Kai Wu League was a little special. I mentioned it before. In the previous book, the Cheong Kai Shi Alliance was my first alliance leader. In this new book, the first alliance leader is still him. My friend is a good friend, and I won't pretend to be ignorant. Therefore, I will add 10 chapters to his alliance leader. In addition, I have to mention that in the previous book, because of my body's condition and my mental and physical exhaustion at the end, I was unable to complete the first chapter of the Brahma God's Language Alliance. Later on, although he wrote a chapter specifically from the perspective of a minor character, he still felt apologetic. I have always kept this matter in mind and have never forgotten it. Therefore, this time, I will add a chapter to the Brahma God's Language Alliance. Finally, the last month's Votes King is the book friend Dragon God, Lai Hua. Since the beginning of the previous book, he has always been the Votes King, and this new book is still the same. Therefore, he will also add 1 chapter. Therefore, the current total needs to add 55 chapters. Here, I want to mention that today's 15 chapters are not counted. This is the explosive release that I promised everyone. 1 yard is another yard, and there will be no confusion. In the following days, besides the guaranteed updates every day, I will continue to add these 55 chapters. If there are new chapters, I will continue to add them until they are complete. As mentioned before, today is only the beginning of the May Carnival. A large number of explosive releases, other than my own physical condition, will also affect the book subscriptions. Here, I sincerely ask everyone to support the official subscription so that Senior Brothers book can go further and more steadily. May 7 days, double the monthly votes. This is a rare opportunity. Let's fight together. May's new book monthly votes list. Let's hold hands and charge forward. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. Chapter 16. The moment he awoke, Chao Yuanlong's consciousness was still stuck at the moment when he was fighting Yin Zhaoge. The scene in his mind was still that of a shield growing larger and larger in his field of vision, to the point that it covered the entire sky, smashing right into his head. Thinking back to his previous fight with Yin Zhaoge, Chao Yuanlong's heart was filled with rage. But compared to the rage of the time, he was now filled with more confusion. Since when did Yin Zhaoge become so ferocious? Was this still the Yin Zhaoge he knew? Meeting him again, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation had also improved. This was within Chao Yuanlong's expectations, but with such a huge improvement, it completely overturned his worldview. Coming back to his senses, he felt a burning pain on his cheek, and a sense of humiliation and anger once again arose in his heart. When he understood his current situation, he was even more furious. He and his fellow sect members had actually been driven out of the safe zone by Yin Zhaoge. Staring at the Sun Saint sect disciples in front of him, Chao Yuanlong opened his mouth to speak, but a breath was stuck in his chest, unable to come out. The Sun Saint sect disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chao Yuanlong's gaze. Even though he had been injured by Yin Zhaoge, and his palm was pierced, Chao Yuanlong was still not someone they could afford to offend. Chao Yuanlong's personality had always been harsh, and now he was clearly angry. If they angered him, they would definitely not be able to bear the consequences. It was just that before, they had both respected and feared Chao Yuanlong, but now there was only fear, no respect. Some of them did not dare show it on the surface, but in their hearts, they despised him even more. Beaten like a grandson by Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge, he actually dares to show off in front of us. If you have the ability to do so in front of Yin Zhaoge, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, isn't this because you can't beat Yin Zhaoge? Otherwise, we would be the ones to drive them out of the center of the vortex. Chao Yuanlong took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. For a moment, he really wanted to turn back and fight Yin Zhaoge to the death. Losing in such a humiliating manner, he might as well die in battle. But thinking about the battle just now, Chao Yuanlong could not help but feel even more depressed, because he noticed that even if he wanted to fight to the death, he might not be able to do so. It was even more likely that he would suffer another humiliation. The gap between the two of them was so huge. If it wasn't for his strong and tenacious character, he would have felt despair at this moment. The matter entrusted to us by Senior Apprentice Brother Shao, we've already spent so much time and effort, and we've finally made some progress. Why don't we go and settle that matter first? The Sacred Sun Clan disciple said carefully. He didn't say the latter half of his sentence. What he actually wanted to say was, Senior Apprentice Brother Shao will also be arriving at the Sealing Dragon Abyss very soon. At that time, I'll go find that Yin Zhaoge for revenge. But in order to avoid provoking Chao Yuanlong, he refrained from saying this. Chao Yuanlong wasn't stupid. How could he not understand the hidden meaning in the other's words? His eyes swept over his fellow disciples in front of him. Although no one revealed their thoughts, Chao Yuanlong could guess what they were thinking. After all, in his earlier battle with Yin Zhaoge, he had lost too terribly, virtually losing even his underwear. Coldly looking at the crowd, Chao Yuanlong didn't say anything else and simply said, "Fine, let's get to work first." After saying that, he took the lead and left. The others secretly heaved a sigh of relief and followed behind him. Chow Yuanlong's face was expressionless, but his heart was like a tsunami. Outer Aura Martial Scholar. I must reach the Outer Aura Martial Scholar realm as soon as possible. Then I can train in that martial art that specifically counters Yin Zhaoge's coiling dragon sleeve. At that time, even if he also breaks through to the Outer Aura stage, it won't matter. Today's enmity, this one will definitely take revenge. If I don't beat you, Yin Zhaoge, into the dust, then step on you a few more times, this one is not a human. In the center of the whirlpool, only the people of Broad Creed Mountain were left exploring and resting. Some were collecting the specialties of the sealing dragon abyss, while others were playing with the small light spirit cat. The internal crystal furnace rumbled as it continuously absorbed the golden liquid into its body, tempering itself. Yin Zhaoge sat cross-legged next to the internal crystal furnace, closing his eyes in meditation. Ahu suddenly appeared and reported, "Young master, Chow Yuanlong's group seems to have come here specifically to find something. I'm not sure if it's a person or an object." Yin Zhaoge nodded without saying anything. Ahu said, "That's right, young master, the clan has pulled in their net. The old clan head and the family head have caught quite a few big fish this time." Then there was news that the remnant of the 5 spirit flags, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, has come to the Sealing Dragon Abyss and wants to harm you, young master. Yin Zhaoge asked, "Do the people of the 5 spirit flags know about the news of the internal crystal furnace?" Ahu replied, "According to the words of the people who were captured, they only told the 5 spirit flags that young master has come to the Sealing Dragon Abyss to find the seed of Li Yin True Fire." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. "The Crimson Spirit Flag Master, that's a martial grandmaster, ah? Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, we won't get involved. Just leave it to the Eastern Tang's principal elder." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. The Eastern Tang's principal elder has already made the necessary arrangements. He has already personally stealthily arrived outside the Sealing Dragon Abyss, specifically waiting for the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. He is very proactive. Yin Zhaoge laughed. "Nonsense. Even though he's second apprentice uncle's man and doesn't like me, exterminating the remnant of the 5 spirit flags martial grandmaster is also increasing his own merits. How could he not be proactive? As for casually burying me and pushing the blame onto the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, that's not to the extent of it. Father is specifically keeping an eye on this matter, and the Eastern Tang's principal elder can't wait to protect me." Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. "Just like me and that Yi Jing, the Eastern Tang's principal elder is also the same. If something happens, even if it wasn't him who did it, he will still have to take the blame. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master is here for me. If I shrink back, he will definitely shrink back as well. Even though it's a bit risky, I still have to continue being the bait." Ahu said with a face full of worship, "Young master, you're really too heroic. Come on, look at that expression of yours. It's fake." Yin Zhaoge said unhappily. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Young master, if we successfully get rid of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, you won't be able to escape some of the credit." Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. "That's secondary. This Crimson Spirit Flag Master is still a hidden danger. Previously, he had always been in hiding. Now that he's finally revealed himself, it's best if we can get rid of him. However, me taking the risk is my own business. I don't need them to take the risk with me. You send them out of the Sealing Dragon Abyss." After notifying Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others, nearly half of them were willing to stay. Some wanted to take this opportunity to go through thick and thin with Yin Zhaoge and get closer to him, while others wanted to broaden their horizons. Yi Jing and Sikong Qing also chose to stay. According to Yin Zhaoge's understanding, Sikong Qing should be wholeheartedly focused on the martial path, wanting to temper her heart to be fearless. However, Yi Jing's thoughts were unknown. However, they were responsible for their own decisions. Since everyone had made their choice, Yin Zhaoge did not force them. Those who were willing to stay could continue to stay, while those who wanted to leave were escorted out by Ahu. Ahu and the others left, while Yin Zhaoge and the others remained where they were. After an unknown amount of time, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly moved. Raising his eyes, he saw that in the distant black fog, there seemed to be an indistinct azure flame. Chapter 17. The fire appeared in the distance, outside of the vortex's central region. Seeing that Yin Zhaoge was busy stabilizing the internal crystal furnace, a broad Creed Mountain disciple beside him hurriedly said, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, is that the leaf flame true fire seed you are looking for? You have to stabilize the internal crystal furnace. We will help you collect it." Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "The environment here is still dangerous for you. Don't act rashly. There will be others to go." Yi Jing and the other young disciples curiously looked around, not knowing what Yin Zhaoge meant by others. The next moment, the sound of wind suddenly came from behind them, and several figures appeared, passing through the crowd, rushing towards the blue fire within the black fog. The group of youths all felt their hearts tremble. Only now did they realize that there were people following behind them. And looking at their movements, they were definitely not ordinary martial practitioners. Unexpectedly, all of them were martial scholars. And these martial scholar-level experts were all willing to remain silent and undetectable, following by Yin Zhaoge's side like shadows. Unlike Ahu, who was out in the open, these people were actually hiding in the shadows, accompanying and protecting Yin Zhaoge. Normally, they would not easily show themselves, only appearing when Yin Zhaoge gave clear instructions. This kind of scene caused the group of young disciples to wake up from a dream. Only now did they understand that if not for the hidden threat of the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster, under normal circumstances, following Yin Zhaoge into the sealing dragon abyss will be far safer than other inner aura martial scholars. Several black figures rushed towards the blue fire, the black fog slightly dissipating, only to see a blue light floating in the air, surrounded by rolling fire. This was the leaf flame true fire seed that Yin Zhaoge was looking for. But at this moment, a turbulent red light suddenly appeared from the depths of the black fog, like a vast river rushing past, rushing towards the fire seed and drifting into the distance. Under the influence of the red light, the black fog also became violent, constantly fluctuating. The black-clothed people who went to collect the fire seed were also forced to brush past the fire seed. Yin Zhaoge frowned, patted the internal crystal furnace, temporarily stopping its operation, and then flew up, out of the vortex area, leaping towards the blue fire seed within the red light. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light quickly flashed, flying out from Yin Zhaoge's right sleeve, directly cutting off the red light that resembled a great river. As the seed of leaf flame, true fire, flew upwards, Yin Zhaoge's left hand, wearing a specially made glove that he had long since prepared beforehand, reached out to grab it. However, within the stream of red light that had been cut off, a malevolent phantom suddenly flew out. In an instant, it engulfed the black fog that was everywhere within the sealing dragon abyss, condensing into a gigantic body that resembled a demon. As if it possessed intelligence, it grabbed towards Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge chuckled, flicking his right sleeve as green light flickered once more, directly cleaving that ghost divinity condensed of black fog into two. Following the destruction of the gigantic ghost god, the black mist in front of everyone's eyes rippled even more violently. It was as if even space itself was trembling. For a moment, everyone felt as if the mountains were shaking and the earth was spinning. The original malevolent phantom reappeared, but it seemed to have become much weaker. It quickly fled into the distance. The blue flames fluctuated again, drifting in the darkness. The fiendish chi fluctuations in the sealing dragon abyss began to become chaotic and violent. The originally stable center of the whirlpool seemed to be gradually dissipating. Yin Zhaoge frowned and immediately ordered, "This demon is related to the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss. I want to subdue it. You guys look after the internal crystal furnace and collect the seed of leaf flame true fire." Other junior apprentice brothers and sisters, this place has changed even further. It has already become very dangerous. Don't stay at the periphery of the whirlpool center. Retreat inwards. Finished speaking, he chased after the phantom. Yi Jing, Sikong Qing, and the others followed his orders and retreated. The black-clothed men once again rushed towards the blue flames. The red stream of light that had been broken apart by Yin Zhaoge earlier scattered in all directions. Together with the surging black fog, it continued to fluctuate, sweeping the blue flames in all directions. As Yi Jing retreated with the others, his gaze was fixed on the blue flames. His fingers rubbed the dark red ring on his hand. It really is Leaf Flame, true fire. Staying behind to continue staying in the sealing dragon abyss was indeed the correct decision. Leaf Flame True Fire is a top-quality fire. This fire seed can even continuously nurture true fire. If I obtain it, perhaps I can open the next layer of restrictions in the ring in advance. Even though he had previously coveted the fire seed of Leaf Flame True Fire, Yi Jing had never thought that he would actually encounter it so easily. Falling into that Yin Zhaoge's hands, if I ask for it again, it may arouse the suspicions of him and the other people in the clan, exposing the existence of the ring. If I obtain it first, I can open the restrictions on the ring. At that time, I can give a fire seed to Yin Zhaoge. At that time, he will owe me a favor. I can also directly hand it over to the clan. The fire seed is related to the internal crystal furnace. The internal crystal furnace is now the official business of the clan. Whoever can provide the fire seed of Leaf Flame True Fire will naturally have done a great service. Who said that this fire seed must belong to Yin Zhaoge? The thing still hasn't landed in his hands. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Those who are capable can possess them. Right now, the fire seed is ownerless. Falling into my hands is my fortune. It's just that. How can I obtain the fire seed? Just as many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. As the blue flames floated, they had actually arrived in front of him. Yi Jing also stared blankly for a moment. Then, he immediately reacted. Clenching his teeth, he leapt forward and reached out to grab the fire seed. Seeing this, everyone present fell silent for a moment. Those black-clothed men, after their initial shock, regained their expressionless faces. Landing on a mountain rock, they soundlessly strode towards Yi Jing. Several martial scholars, gazing at a mid-chi-directing martial artist, just their gazes alone could almost cause one to collapse. Not to mention the pressure brought about by their large strides. Yi Jing clenched his teeth, not cowering in the slightest as he met their gazes. Sikong Qing was a little confused, frowning slightly. The other young disciples were even more at a loss. The atmosphere was heavy to the extreme, causing one to feel suffocated. Just at this moment, a green light flickered in the distance. The black fog was once again broken apart. It was Yin Zhaoge who had returned. What's going on? Landing on the ground, Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept the area. The first thing he saw was the blue fire in Yi Jing's hands. For a moment, he couldn't help but be speechless. At this time, Yin Zhaoge really didn't know what words he could use to describe his feelings. When the protagonist of a novel went on an expedition in search of treasures, he would always be overflowing with the aura of a tyrant. Eat it all, take it all, snatch it all. Some people even had the halo of group annihilation above their heads. Perhaps there was even an additional halo of killing it all. This mother of Asterisker, is this really a flood of good fortune filling the heavens? This halo of yours can really blind people's eyes. No matter where you go on an expedition, all the good stuff is yours. Does it mean that searching for treasures in front of you is my fault? Yin Zhaoge didn't know if it should be said that he had long since been mentally prepared. At this moment, he still had the leisure to let his imagination run wild, grabbing the fire seed barehanded and also not afraid of being burnt to ashes. Is it because of that ring? Yi Jing tightly grasped the leaf flame, true fire seed, staring at Yin Zhaoge with a stubborn and unyielding expression. Undetected by the others, Yin Zhaoge quickly rolled his eyes. It's happening again. It's this kind of situation again. Yi Jing sucked in a deep breath, secretly activating his ring, absorbing the power of the leaf flame, true fire seed. His actions actually all fell into Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, His expression suddenly changed as he raised his head to look upwards. The originally unceasingly shaking black fog above his head suddenly became even more violent. Wind surged and clouds surged. The heavens and earth within the sealing dragon abyss seemed as though they were about to shatter apart. The stable central region of the vortex instantly ceased to exist. Under the violent force, the black fog, which never saw the light of day all year round, actually began to disperse slightly. A fiery light descended from the sky above everyone's heads. The violent wave of chi pressuring everyone to the point where they felt as though their bodies were about to be smashed into smithereens. An explosive roar shook the heavens and the earth. "Little brat, surnamed Yin, the sins of your father, I'll let you bear a portion of them first." Seeing that fiery light, Yin Zhaoge quickly reacted. "Crimson Spirit Flag Master, this mother of Asterisker, having just lost the Leaf Flame True Fire Seed and being depressed, there was actually a martial grandmaster coming to kill him." In that instant, as though the heavens and the earth had transformed into a furnace, a power capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth descended from the heavens. Duo. Yin Zhaoge immediately activated all of his methods, preparing to receive the attack. The group of black-clothed guards also went all out to get closer to Yin Zhaoge, wanting to protect his safety. Die! At this time, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master let out an explosive roar. A violent fist force had already descended, its target being Yi Jing. Aim straight at Yi Jing. Aim straight at E. Wait, something seemed wrong. Yin Zhaoge, who had originally already taken his stance, stared dumbfounded at the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's power descending with Yi Jing at its center, while he himself was only at the periphery of the storm. Chapter 18. Yin Zhaoge's black-clothed guards stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied. The crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples were similarly left wide-eyed and tongue-tied. As the person involved, Yi Jing was even more at a complete loss. The person whom the other party had called out earlier seemed to be a brat surnamed Yin. That should refer to Yin Zhaoge, right? Then what was the situation now? Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that the seed of Leaf Flame, true fire that was still within Yi Jing's palm, was even more lively than before, leaping about unceasingly, as though it could break free from Yi Jing's grasp at any time. The surrounding air current was like a raging flame storm, and a Leaf Flame True Fire Seed obviously formed a response. He relies on the fire seed to lock onto his target. He can locate it even from across the sealing dragon abyss. Yin Zhaoge came to a sudden realization. The seed of this Leaf Flame True Fire was probably found by him first, and set up a mechanism to use as bait for me. No wonder, no wonder. He hit his tracks and hit himself. Sensing that someone was absorbing the power of the fire seed, he thought that it was me and came to take action. His actions were too sudden and swift, and the Eastern Tang's chief elder was unable to discover and stop him. Yin Zhaoge regained his wits, his expression rather strange. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master had most likely also sensed the presence of the principal elder of Broad Creed Mountain's East Tang. In order to avoid being intercepted, he could only act on the spot. He didn't even enter the sealing dragon abyss, and directly smashed his fist down from outside the valley. Never would he have thought that Yin Zhaoge would be intercepted by someone else. Moreover, Yi Jing had not expected that the great fortune that descended from the heavens would suddenly turn into an unexpected calamity. Having obtained the fire seed, he had instead become a shield for Yin Zhaoge. Yi Jing was in the heart of the furnace, feeling as if his insides were on fire. Compared to the previous Chao Yuan Long, it was like comparing the light of a firefly to the splendor of the sun and moon. A berserk wave of qi rose up, and Si Kongqing and the others beside Yi Jing also had a hard time. They were all jolted back. Si Kongqing had the heart to step forward, but she was no match for the might of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. Even the aftermath of the wave made it hard for her to move. The gap between the two sides was just too huge, far exceeding the limit. This was not a level that they could come into contact with right now. Unless they took the initiative to provoke a great grandmaster how many great grandmasters would take a body refinement realm martial artist as an opponent. It was difficult for them to even meet each other. For a martial artist at the body refining level, a great grandmaster was a legendary figure. Even Yin Zhaoge, an inner aura martial scholar, had only become the target of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's anger because of his own father. Yi Jing roared madly, raising his right hand. The dark red ring on his finger flashed with the light of fire, wanting to block the attack of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. With the sealing dragon abyss separating them, the attack of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was greatly weakened. But even so, it was still enough to kill Yi Jing in one strike. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge felt his teeth ache a little. That's why I said, don't just casually snatch things. Although the main character's aura can allow him to fight above his level, there's a limit to this. It's impossible to defeat a super high-level boss right after leaving the novice village. The difference in levels is too great. The difference between the 10th level of body refinement and the 9th level of body refinement, late Qi conducting stage, is far greater than the difference between the middle Qi conducting stage and the late Qi conducting stage. The difference between the Grand Scholar and refinement is even greater than the difference between the late Qi conducting stage and refinement. And this Crimson Spirit Flag Master is a great Grandmaster. Strictly speaking, he's not just a dozen or so levels higher than Yi Jing, but several dozen levels. The gap between them was no longer something that could be described as a difference in levels. It could be seen that in this moment of life and death, Yi Jing no longer cared about hiding his secrets. Instead, he released all of his strength without holding anything back. The threat at this moment was much greater than when he faced Chao Yuanlong. But unfortunately, facing a gap of over a kilometer, growing from 1 centimeter to 2 centimeters, or even 3 centimeters did not have any effect. Wait, let me think. When encountering this kind of situation, it's still very difficult for some main characters to die. Yin Zhaoge protected the people around him as he moved towards Yi Jing in the eye of the storm. At this time, an equally high-level old monster would often suddenly appear. Because of this or that reason, it would help the main character pass through this difficult situation. Perhaps it's someone he's on good terms with before, or perhaps it's someone the main character has found a way to use to bully others. In any case, it would save the main character. Afterwards, perhaps it would become another fortuitous encounter for the main character. Just as Yin Zhaoge was thinking this, he suddenly felt the depths of the sealing dragon abyss shake violently. An extremely terrifying aura emanated from within the black fog. It actually seemed to be even stronger than the Crimson Spirit Flag Masters. Yin Zhaoge stared. Fuck, you really have one? Who is it that spoiled my good fortune? An irascible voice resounded throughout the abyss, shaking everyone to the point that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. Yi Jing, who was already on the verge of death, was overjoyed when he heard this vicious voice. Struggling, he called out, Big Brother Han. Oh, it's Brother Yi? The voice yelled, Who dares to touch this Han's little brother? Amidst the yell, a palm stretched out from within the black fog. As it stretched forward, it seemed to unceasingly grow larger. Very quickly, it became a giant hand that covered the heavens, helping Yi Jing block the fiery storm. The sealing dragon abyss immediately shook and shook. The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples looked at the rapidly changing situation in front of them, unable to react for a moment. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes. Fuck, it's actually a sworn brother or something. Speaking of which, you, a martial grandmaster, and a martial artist became sworn brothers? Can't you see his main character halo like me? Wait, my internal crystal furnace. In the moment of imminent peril, the newcomer helped Yi Jing block the attack of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. The aftermath of the exchange between the two martial grandmasters directly raised the surrounding area to the ground. The black fog within the sealing dragon abyss surged like a tsunami. The unique environment here was stimulated, and even space itself began to distort and distort. The mountain rocks collapsed and shattered, and Yin Zhaoga's internal crystal furnace was also affected, falling into the deep canyon below. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master was blocked and was immediately enraged. As for the owner of the giant hand that covered the heavens, he also had a violent temper. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, he pierced through the air above the sealing dragon abyss, killing towards the Crimson Spirit Flag Master. At this moment, from outside the sealing dragon abyss, another terrifying aura, as vast as the heavens and the sea, appeared. It was Broad Creed Mountain's Eastern Tang principal elder who had finally arrived. The crowd of Broad Creed Mountain disciples were just about to let out a sigh of relief when they heard a shocking roar resound from outside the canyon. Second Brother Yin, Old Monster Han, you didn't die? Second Brother Yin, thanks to you, I narrowly escaped death in the past. Today, I will settle this debt with you. Outside the sealing dragon abyss, an even greater battle between two martial grandmasters immediately erupted, affecting the heavens and earth within a radius of 100 li. Everyone at the bottom of the abyss was stunned. None of them would have thought that the old monster Han who had just saved Yi Jing would actually, in the blink of an eye, fight with their Eastern Tang principal elder to the point where the heavens and the earth were overturned. The two martial grandmasters who arrived later were actually locked in combat. The initial threat of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master was instead ignored. He saw that Broad Creed Mountain's Eastern Tang Kingdom principal elder, Yin, had already arrived. Although he couldn't attend to him for the time being, he also didn't plan on staying any longer. Broad Creed Mountain's other experts in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, as well as the East Heaven region, were also hurrying over. Not entering the sealing dragon abyss, separated by a mountain valley, the Crimson Spirit Flag Master smashed down with his final fist. After finishing, he didn't even look at the result and immediately fled far away. The target of his fist was still Yi Jing, who was holding the seed of true fire. Yin Zhaoga didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 19. Yin Zhaoga yelled, "Throw away the fire seed. He's using it to determine his position." Yi Jing also reacted at this moment, hurriedly throwing away the leaf flame true fire seed. But the speed of a martial grandmaster's fist was too fast. Even with the sealing dragon abyss as a barrier, it still arrived in an instant, so fast that Yi Jing was completely unable to dodge. Fortunately, because of the previous exchange between Old Monster Han and the Crimson Spirit Flag Master, the rocks around Yi Jing's body had already collapsed, becoming weak beyond recognition. The power of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's second fist had not yet arrived, but the storm it stirred up had already caused Gu Zhongshan's cliff to collapse. Yi Jing's body fell uncontrollably, narrowly avoiding being hit in his vitals. Although he was still heavily injured by the storm of flames, he did not lose his life on the spot. But in the eyes of the others, they all let out startled cries as they watched Yi Jing fall into the bottomless sealing dragon abyss. With Yi Jing's cultivation falling into the sealing dragon abyss, there was no chance of survival. Although he did not die under the Crimson Spirit Flag Master's fist, it was still hard for him to escape death. Seeing the twists and turns of the road, but still unable to change the final result, the crowd of fellow disciples, regardless of their previous relationship with Yi Jing, were all filled with sorrow. Yin Zhaoga, however, did not care. Right now, he even felt like yawning. That old monster Han's sudden appearance made Yin Zhaoga fully believe that this Yi Jing was indeed shrouded by the halo of a main character. So, jumping off a cliff and whatnot was very easy, okay? Not only would he not die, if he did not have some fortuitous encounter, obtain a few martial arts, and conveniently raise his cultivation a few levels, when Yi Jing returned, Yin Zhaoga felt that he would be too embarrassed to greet him. Yin Zhaoga looked at the dancing, free-falling Yi Jing, abnormally calm, as if he had already seen through him. But at this moment, within the abyss shrouded in black fog, a dazzling light suddenly surged. Streams of light intertwined with the black fog, shooting up into the sky, causing a wild wave of destruction. That's my internal crystal furnace. After falling into the abyss, it exploded. Yin Zhaoga was stunned. Then he saw the wild wave of destruction erupting upwards, coincidentally meeting with the descending Yi Jing. Under the violent impact, Yi Jing's already heavily injured body, which was riddled with thousands of holes, instantly shattered into pieces. Seeing this scene, Yin Zhaoge was also a little dazed. Is your fate good or bad? Yi Jing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, but he could only watch helplessly as his body was torn apart. He had already lost all feeling in his body, not even feeling the intense pain. Yin Zhaoge, looking at the exploding internal crystal furnace, watching himself being swallowed by the raging waves, Yi Jing let out a wild roar that reverberated madly within the abyss, filled with resentment and unwillingness. At this moment, the dark red ring on his right hand suddenly emitted an unprecedented and shocking light. In that instant, under the illumination of the dark red fiery light, the flaming tornado formed by the fists of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master paled in comparison, as if it was an inconspicuous little spark. Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated. He could vaguely see that around Yi Jing's body, from within that dark red ring, an image seemed to be projected. The image showed a world of flames. Under the dark red sky, lava erupted and overflowed in all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. An aura of great disaster, great destruction, and great suffering spread out from within. Lava splashed everywhere, and a terrifying hell filled with flowing flames appeared. Tens of thousands of flowing flames condensed in the air, unexpectedly forming a roaring giant divinity of flames. Under the majesty of the giant divinity of flames, it caused people to feel boundless fear and respect, involuntarily wanting to prostrate themselves in worship. This was an aura that was far more terrifying than that of the Eastern Tang Principal Elder, Old Monster Han, and the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster. Although it was only for a moment, although it was only an illusory image, although it was only an intimidating aura, it still caused people's hearts to palpitate. Everyone else's line of sight was blocked by the black fog, and they were unable to clearly see what was happening. However, they could all feel their hearts trembling, unable to control themselves. Yin Zhaoge looked at the image of light, but he seemed to be deep in thought. However, what tugged at his mind even more was Yi Jing's final fate. Yi Jing's body had already been completely smashed by the raging waves of the sealing dragon abyss, turning into a bloody fog. His life seemed to have already reached its end. However, this sudden phenomenon seemed to indicate that Yi Jing's main character halo had once again activated. Under the envelopment of the dark red fiery light emitted by the ring, Yi Jing's shattered flesh and blood seemed to form a faint illusory image, its facial features identical to Yi Jing's. Soul, Yin Zhaoge understood. Then he saw Yi Jing's soul gradually being absorbed by the dark red fiery light before flying into the ring. Even though his fleshly body had already been smashed to pieces and could be considered dead, his life had still been preserved by the ring, preserving a final chance to make a comeback. Watching the ring sink into the abyss, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Interesting. Although he didn't know what would happen to Yi Jing in the future, but thinking about it, there would definitely be a way to put on a good show of a king's return. For example, reconstructing his body, advancing his cultivation by leaps and bounds, or perhaps even profiting from a disaster and having some sort of fortuitous encounter, being able to cultivate in some sort of awesome technique recorded within the ring, even without a body. In any case, there would always be a way, wouldn't there? However, today's development was something that even Yin Zhaoge had not expected. Yi Jing had really been tormented to the point of being unbearably unbearable. If he was asked what he thought, he would probably be 1,000,000 times unwilling. He had almost been completely toyed with. If the main character Halo has durability, then Yi Jing must have used up quite a bit of it today. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge's mind was uncontrollably spinning with some nonsensical thoughts. Yi Jing's resentful and unresigned roar seemed to still reverberate within the air. Why are you shouting so loudly? It's not like I'm the one who threw the internal crystal furnace down to smash you. I'm still feeling heartache over my own internal crystal furnace. Moreover, Yin Zhaoge picked at his ears, the smile on his face gradually turning cold. I ignored you, and you still took the initiative to provoke me? If you don't appear in front of me in the future, then so be it. Otherwise, the matter of the leaf flame true fire seed, we still have to settle things between us. So what if you have the main character halo? I'll let you become the main character of a sadistic novel. The chi tides within the sealing dragon abyss surged violently, and the black fog continued to surge upwards. A speck of blue light and a speck of white light flew up, flying out of the abyss together and landing in front of Yin Zhaoge. The leaf flame, true fire seed, floated quietly in the air, while the speck of white light returned to its normal state. It turned out to be a small metal plate, which fell onto the dust on the ground. Yin Zhaoge put away both the fire seed and the metal plate together. Although it has experienced a series of twists and turns, it can still be considered as having finally fallen into my hands. Yin Zhaoge walked amidst the storm, bringing along one broad creed mountain disciple after another who could barely defend themselves. Chapter 20. Along with Yi Jing's fleshly body, his luggage was also destroyed. Even his low-grade artifact was swallowed up by the abyss. The only things that were spared were the strange dark red ring and the metal plate that had fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Yin Zhaoge stroked the metal plate, thinking, this thing looks like it's not simple. Moreover, he had finally obtained the seed of leaf flame true fire. This trip to the sealing dragon abyss could not be considered a waste. Yin Zhaoge and the others faced the rampaging sealing dragon abyss. They first avoided the brunt of the attack, then searched for a mountain rock to fortify their defenses. After an unknown amount of time, the storm finally calmed. Everyone came out of their hiding place and couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. Because of the chaotic, baleful chi reversing space, even though they were still in the depths of the sealing dragon abyss, the surrounding area had already changed beyond recognition. Yin Zhaoge said, with such a change, you are not suited to continue staying in the sealing dragon abyss. This time's tempering mission, your portion has already ended. Now, follow me out. The group of Broad Creed Mountain disciples hurriedly nodded in agreement. Everything that happened so suddenly that they were unable to recover. Many of them were still in a daze. Although Broad Creed Mountain did not lack martial grandmaster experts, this group of young disciples had never been so closely involved in a battle between martial grandmasters. While everyone's horizons were broadened, they also felt some lingering fear. Yi Jing's encounter made everyone's hearts grieve. Yin Zhaoge glanced at them. Junior apprentice brother Yi met with a great tribulation this time, and his fate is unknown. However, I see that he is not someone who will die young. Perhaps he can turn misfortune into fortune. The others were slightly stunned. They had only seen Yi Jing fall into the abyss because of the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster's attack. After that, because of the black fog, they could not see clearly, only hear some sounds. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Right now, it is still too early to say whether junior apprentice brother Yi is dead or alive. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Normally, Yi Jing's relations with others could only be said to be average. There was no lack of people who had bad relations with him. However, that feeling of helplessness when facing the attack of a martial grandmaster made the other young disciples feel a sense of sympathy. At this moment, they all trusted Yin Zhaoge. Hearing Yin Zhaoge say that Yi Jing might still be alive, they immediately relaxed. Yin Zhaoge continued. However, that martial grandmaster who suddenly appeared earlier actually called junior apprentice brother Yi a little out of my expectations. His fellow disciples calmed down at this moment, and when they thought about it carefully, they immediately clicked their tongues in wonder and felt that it was inconceivable. Sikong Qing's gaze flickered slightly as Yin Zhaoge looked towards her. Junior apprentice sister Sikong seems to know something. That person's surname is Han, and he has an old grudge with our clan's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Elder Yin. He has an explosive temper, and the martial arts he practices are evil and tyrannical. If I remember correctly, such a great grandmaster should be the ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng. Yin Zhaoge said, this old man has already been missing for many years. He holds great enmity towards Elder Yin. His sudden appearance in the vicinity of the Eastern Tang this time is worthy of our attention. After a moment of silence, Si Kongqing replied in a straightforward manner. Previously, when I was traveling around the Eastern Tang Kingdom, I once went to the Luliao mountain range adjacent to the Dragon Sealing Abyss. There, I encountered danger and fainted. Afterwards, it was junior apprentice Brother Yi who had yet to enter the clan who saved me. However, regarding the matter of the Ghost Hatchet Elder, I indeed do not know anything about it. However, the danger at that time was something that even a martial scholar expert would not be able to resolve. How junior apprentice Brother Yi saved me, I have always felt that it was strange, but it was not good for me to probe into it. I could only think that it was a blessing from the heavens. Yin Zhaoga nodded, not pursuing the matter any further. I trust junior apprentice sister Sikong's words. Since you also do not know anything about it, then everything can only wait until we find junior apprentice Brother Yi. However, this matter must be truthfully reported to the clan afterwards. Now, it is already no longer your personal matter. Si Kongqing replied, I understand. The group left the Dragon Sealing Abyss with much difficulty. The feeling of being able to see the light of day once more caused the young disciples to be incomparably happy. Yin Zhaoga snapped his fingers. A black-clothed middle-aged man accompanying them understood and sent out a communication signal, after which they all waited where they were. Very quickly, Ahu was the first to arrive, followed by other martial practitioners. They were the martial practitioners of Broad Creed Mountain who were guarding over the Eastern Tang, as well as the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. On seeing him, if not for the fact that there were so many people around, Ahu would have simply leapt forward and hugged Yin Zhaoga's thigh, crying bitterly, Young Master Ah, it's really great that you're all right. Yin Zhaoga laughed. Since I'm not all right, you can eat as much as you want. At that time, even if you become a steamed bun, no one will care about you. Ahu scratched his head, giving a simple and honest laugh. I don't dare, I don't dare. Yin Zhaoga asked, What about Elder Yin, Han Sheng, and the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster? Ahu answered seriously. Elder Yin and the Ghost Hatchet Elder fought and stopped, heading west. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master escaped, but there are people following him. The latest news has yet to be sent back. Yin Zhaoga nodded. After everyone had finished reorganizing themselves and identified their direction, they immediately left the Dragon Sealing Abyss. The first place they went to was overlooking Abyss City. After arriving there, they settled down a bit before making other arrangements. Overlooking Abyss City, as its name suggested, was next to the Dragon Sealing Abyss. The Eastern Tang Kingdom was the easternmost part of the East Heaven region, and overlooking Abyss City was the easternmost border of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. This was the Eastern Tang Kingdom's first line of defense against the Dragon Sealing Abyss, and the environment here was relatively crude and harsh. However, the treasures produced by the Dragon Sealing Abyss were brought out by the martial practitioners who ventured within, and a considerable portion of them would be traded in the vicinity of overlooking Abyss City. As a result, a rather large market had been formed here. Of course, those who dared to enter and leave the Dragon Sealing Abyss either had an impressive cultivation base, or had a vicious personality and lived a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. As a result, overlooking Abyss City was still rather chaotic. Not only did the Eastern Tang Kingdom pay attention to the stability of this area, Broad Creed Mountain also had its own acting elder station here. On one hand, they were responsible for monitoring the Dragon Sealing Abyss, and, on the other hand, they were responsible for the security of this area and the profits of the market. Everyone went to rest, while Yin Zhaoga examined the metal plate. The patterns on the metal plate looked more like a type of text. To the people of this era, it's very ancient and very obscure, but it was only developed after the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoga knit his brows slightly. It should be a text that was born not long after the Great Calamity. To my knowledge, it just happens to be neither forward nor backward, neither awkward nor awkward. Yin Zhaoga rolled his eyes somewhat painfully, then calmed his heart and carefully examined it. However, there seems to be a pattern to follow. The small metal plate was about the size of half a palm. Yin Zhaoga analyzed the patterns on it, thinking to himself, "It seems to have some similarities with an ancient text from before the Great Calamity. I can use it as a reference, and there is a pattern to follow." Chapter 21. What kind of nonsense is this? Is the meaning completely unclear? Is it because the iron medallion is damaged? It's missing some words. No wonder it's so fragmented. Yin Zhaoge thought for a moment, then infused his aura chi into the iron plate bit by bit. As expected, this crude-looking iron plate was actually made of an extraordinary material. Although it was damaged, it could actually withstand Yin Zhaoge's aura chi, far surpassing that of ordinary metal. It's already reached the strength of a mid-inner aura martial scholar. That Yi Jing's current cultivation base is not enough and should not be able to open the mechanism within. Yin Zhaoge unceasingly increased his strength, and then saw the iron plate begin to change. A faint white radiance flashed once more, causing the entire iron plate to light up. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge could feel that the iron plate's texture was getting colder and colder. Yin Zhaoge's aura chi was currently surging around his body, but he could still feel an obvious chill when he touched the iron plate. The iron plate's actual temperature was already extremely low, to the point where ordinary people would not even be able to touch it, or their hands would directly freeze off. This feeling is a little similar to the characteristics of a sword aura cultivated in the pre-Great Calamity era, known as the Glacial Sea Ancient Sword. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered, but it's merged with something else. Let me think. In the post-Great Calamity era, the Eight Extremities world seemed to have produced a martial saint expert, known as the Northern Sea Glacial Dragon, the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. In the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world, of the martial practitioners who walked the path of the Frost lineage, this person should be the strongest, even having a sacred artifact with him. That year, when his life and death became a mystery, the sacred artifact also disappeared along with him. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin as he thought, "Not bad, Yi Jing. You're really not bad. Other things aside, your luck is indeed not bad. Not counting that dark red ring. Who knows when you picked up this thing?" Speaking of which, after the Great Calamity, the Eight Extremities world rarely saw the dragon race. The Glacial Dragon Martial Saint's fame that year might not only be due to the Glacial Sea Ancient Sword, but could also be related to the dragon race. At this time, Ahu knocked on the door. "Young master, overlooking Abyss City's elder, Su has arrived." Su Chuan was Broad Creed Mountain's acting elder in overlooking Abyss City of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Yin Zhaoge stopped infusing his aura chi into the metal plate. "Saint Elder Su, please." After Ahu had left, only Yin Zhaoge and Su Chuan were left in the hall. Su Chuan no longer addressed him as junior apprentice nephew Yin, instead changing the way he addressed him. Young master Yin must have been startled this time. At least it was a close shave. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Elder Su, you are too kind." This Su Chuan belonged to his father's faction. Just from the way he addressed him, one could tell that he was a slippery person who was good at sucking up to people. In fact, he was even a little shameless and shameless. However, this person's superior, the principal elder of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Su, was a member of Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction. Under his suppression, Su Chuan was still able to deal with the situation with ease. From this, it could be seen that beneath his slippery exterior, his abilities were similarly not ordinary, and he was not someone who would simply curry favor with others. The incompetent would not be able to oversee a place as complicated as overlooking Abyss City. Yin Zhaoge asked, "I wonder how the situation of the Crimson Spirit Flag Master and the Ghost Hatchet Elder is?" Su Chuan shook his head regretfully. Ghost Hatchet Elder was not Elder Yan's match. He was injured by Elder Yin again, but Elder Yin was not able to stop him. He escaped. The Crimson Spirit Flag Master also escaped, leaving behind hidden dangers. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. While the Eastern Tang Kingdom is located by the borders of the Heaven Domain, having been established by our clan for so many years, how could we let someone escape so easily? The Eastern Tang Kingdom was located at the easternmost part of the Heaven Domain. Whether it was in terms of geography or culture, they were all very complicated. Other than the Sealing Dragon Abyss, it was also bordered by the Mountain Domain and the fire domain. The sacred ground of the mountain domain, infinite boundless mountain, and the sacred ground of the fire domain, the sacred Sun clan, had infiltrated and eroded the Eastern Tang kingdom to an extremely great extent. Especially Broad Creed Mountain and the sacred Sun clan, who were secretly wrestling with each other in the Eastern Tang kingdom almost every day. Su Chuan said, "That's right. The most likely culprit would naturally be the sacred Sun clan. In recent years, they have become more and more domineering." After a slight pause, Su Chuan looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Right. I heard that you, young Master Yin, beat up the sacred Sun clan's Chao Yuan Long in the Sealing Dragon Abyss?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That is indeed the case. Young Master Yin triumphed over Chao Yuan Long, raising the fame of our Broad Creed Mountain. This matter is worthy of celebration, worthy of admiration. No wonder you are the heaven's favored son of our Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. In the future, you will definitely become a legend." Su Chuan first praised in a mushy manner. If a martial practitioner from a clan far weaker than the Sacred Sun clan had beaten up a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan, the Sacred Sun clan would naturally not let the matter rest. However, Yin Zhaoge hailed from Broad Creed Mountain, a sacred ground of the same level. The battle between him and Chao Yuan Long had only been a spar between the younger generation. Losing in a duel would naturally lose face, but if they wanted to regain their face, they would also use the same method. Therefore, Su Chuan would only be happy that Yin Zhaoge had beaten Chao Yuan Long into a sorry state. However, what he was worried about was another aspect. Su Chuan said somewhat hesitantly, "But I heard that young Master Yin even chased the Sacred Sun clan disciples out of the central vortex afterwards." Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "That's right, the news is also true." Looking at the somewhat worried Su Chuan, Yin Zhaoge waved his hands. "Relax, Elder Su. This matter has something to do with the internal crystal furnace." Hearing this, Su Chuan immediately let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. However, the Sacred Sun clan will definitely react, and there will also be people from the clan coming to question young Master Yin about this matter. Other than that, regarding the death of that martial nephew Yi Jing, after the clan receives the news, they will also ask about it. However, this shouldn't be a problem. After all, it was purely an accident. For a martial grandmaster like the Crimson Spirit Flag Master to take action, it is already close to a natural disaster." Talking about this issue, Su Chuan was very relaxed. Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the ceiling. Some people might not think this way, and might instead be waiting for this opportunity. Also located in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, not far from overlooking Abyss City, was the Spirit Wind Canyon. This canyon was completely occupied by Broad Creed Mountain, and produced a large amount of precious resources. Broad Creed Mountain's acting elder here was named Ningji. From the outside, he looked like a middle-aged man with an elegant demeanor. He was still not very old, and had a bright future ahead of him. If nothing unexpected happened, he still had a lot of room for growth. The two sides fought over the seed of the flame, true fire. Before Yi Jing died, he angrily shouted Yin Zhaoge's name. The corners of Ningji's mouth carried a hint of a smile. The martial practitioner in front of him answered. This subordinate heard from the young disciples who were traveling with him that this was indeed the case. However, they were unable to see the scene of Yi Jing falling into the deep abyss. When Ningji laughed, "That's already enough." As the leading martial scholar, if a young disciple met with an accident, and the one whom everyone thought to have an old grudge against Yi Jing, Yin Zhaoge would very easily be made a scapegoat. The person beside Ningji said in a low voice, "Yin Zhaoge is, after all, Elder Yan's son, as well as an elite of our clan's younger generation. Without concrete evidence, I'm afraid that we won't be able to touch him. For this kind of thing, we don't need any evidence. Suspicion is already enough." Ningji leisurely laughed. That person said hesitantly, "Yin Zhaoge caused the internal crystal furnace to reappear in this world, allowing our clan's strength to increase greatly. Even if he made some mistakes, I'm afraid that they can still be forgiven." Chapter 22. Ningji smiled, shaking his head. While Yin Zhaoge's potential is shocking, The current him is still insignificant. What is important is his father, Elder Yin. As he spoke to this point, when Ningji's voice became a little deeper and his expression became serious. The competition between Elder Yin and Elder Fong has already reached a delicate juncture. Any small change could possibly affect the sect leader's final decision. Yin Zhaoge is Elder Yin's loophole. When Ningji laughed coldly, everyone says that the Yin father and son are like father and son, but from how I see it, it is exactly the opposite. Elder Yin lost precisely because of this son who caused trouble for him. 1,000 li dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. When Ningji stood up, in the future, you will understand that some things actually do not require proof. Suspicion is already enough to affect one's opinion of another. As for the internal crystal furnace, how could it be something that an inexperienced brat could come up with? The person before him was taken aback. Elder Wen, you mean? When Ningji said mildly, naturally it was Elder Yan's doing. Afterwards, either Yin Zhaoge took his father's credit for his own face, or Elder Yin intentionally gave Yin Zhaoge the credit in order to pave the way for his own son. That is why I said that Elder Yin would sooner or later be destroyed by this brat. Saying thus, when Ningji's expression suddenly turned somewhat savage, in the end he screwed over my master. The martial practitioner beside him lowered his head, not daring to speak. As when Ningji's trusted aide, he knew that the assignment hall Elder Chui, who had been removed from his position and investigated because of Yin Zhaoge, was precisely when Ningji's master. Although when Ningji's cultivation had long since surpassed his, he still held Elder Chui in high esteem. He had made many arrangements, even asking the Eastern Tang's principal Elder Yin Su to intercede for him, but could only make Elder Chui's days slightly better. Even so, his position as assignment elder was already lost for sure, and whether or not he would be able to safely live out his remaining years without being punished was still unknown. On one side was Elder Yan's own son. On the other side was a mid-level personnel whose potential had almost reached the bottom. The amount of effort the two had put in was obviously not on the same level. Before making a move against Yin Zhaoge, Elder Chui had already been mentally prepared that there would be negative consequences. However, he had not expected that he would not be able to reap any benefits at all. The key was that not only had they failed, there was also the possibility of their motives being seen through by Yin Zhaoge, exposing even more of their side's intentions. This would be tantamount to making a mistake for nothing. How would the higher-ups be willing to protect him? Master is old, but not old at heart. Not only did he not listen to my advice, he insisted on taking a gamble, striving to advance a step further. Who knew that he would be scammed by that Yin Zhaoge? When Ningji's heart was filled with despondency, as he thought rather resentfully, however, Master, the entry point you found is very good. A dog cannot change its spots. This Yin Zhaoge is used to being frivolous. In the end, he still stepped in. The martial practitioner by the side said in a low tone, "At the end of the day, Yin Zhaoge is Elder Yan's son. Even if you succeed this time, you will still have to bear Elder Yan's wrath afterwards." When Ningji smiled, "I've succeeded. I have people above me to help me deal with Elder Yan. I don't have any weaknesses that they can use against me. It's easy for the higher-ups to protect me. All right, let's report this matter to Elder Yan. The clan has also sent the news back. This time, let's see how that brat of the Yin family can escape unscathed. We must definitely skin him alive." After conversing with Su Chuan for a while, Yin Zhaoge nonchalantly took out an item and placed it in front of Su Chuan. This cloud-veined crystal, is it produced by the Spirit Wind Canyon? It was a crystal with a pale yellow luster. On its surface, there were patterns that resembled white clouds. This was one of the few local specialties that Su Chuan had provided after Yin Zhaoge had arrived at overlooking Abyss City. When a martial practitioner cultivated, they placed it by the side. It had a calming effect and could help slightly increase the efficiency of their cultivation. Su Chuan nodded. "That's right, it's produced by the Spirit Wind Canyon." Yin Zhaoge stroked the cloud-veined crystal with his finger, nodding, "The effects are not bad." Su Chuan's expression did not change, but his heart moved slightly. Separated by overlooking Abyss City and the sealing dragon abyss, The Spirit Wind Canyon did not have to compete with other powers, and the resources it produced were also abundant. Although its guardian was also at the level of an acting elder, it was one of the most lucrative jobs within the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Unlike overlooking Abyss City, where while its position was high, the job was hard, and if something happened, it was easy to bear responsibility for it. The Spirit Wind Canyon's acting elder, Wen Ningji, was a trusted aide of the Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su, as well as a member of Yin Zhaoga's second apprentice uncle's faction. As Sichuan thought to himself, his gaze fell on the cloud-veined crystal in Yin Zhaoga's hand. He had seen this thing many times, but no matter how he looked at it, he still could not see anything special about it. Could it be that this little thing still has some profundities? Sichuan was completely confused. Or maybe I'm just being too sensitive, and he's just purely praising it? After sending Sichuan off, Yin Zhaoga's fingers lightly tapped on the cloud-veined crystal, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face. A day later, Ahu came to report some bad news. Young Master, we just received news from the Central Heaven region that the Disciplinary Hall has appointed the East Heaven region's disciplinary elder to come over to the Eastern Tang. The person in charge of Broad Creed Mountain in the East Heaven region was the East Heaven region's elder. Under the East Heaven region's elder, other than the various principal elders and acting elders, there was also the disciplinary elder. Other than reporting directly to the East Heaven region's disciplinary hall, they were responsible for the supervision of the region's laws and punishments. Yin Zhaoga asked, "Do you know the reason?" Ahu answered, "The first reason is that the Sacred Sun clan has come to cause trouble, and the second reason is that Yi Jing's matter." He pulled back the corners of his mouth. Who would have thought that Yi Jing would really be so unlucky, actually dying in the Sealing Dragon Abyss? Someone must have made use of this chance to make things difficult for you, young master. Yin Zhaoga asked nonchalantly, "To the capital of the Eastern Tang Kingdom?" "No, it's right here in overlooking Abyss City." The Eastern Tang's principal elder, Yin Su's pursuit of the Ghost Hatchet Elder ended in vain, and the whereabouts of the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster are also unknown. The Sealing Dragon Abyss is surging intensely, so he will first return to overlooking Abyss City to temporarily stand guard over it. The Disciplinary Elder will also be rushing over to overlooking Abyss City. Other than that, the Eastern Tang Kingdom will also send a representative over. Yin Zhaoga stroked his lower chin, "Then we'll just wait here." Ahu also stroked his lower chin in imitation. "Young Master Ah, with your status, you won't easily provoke the Disciplinary Hall. With the Disciplinary Elder making a move, this situation is not good Ah." Yin Zhaoga spread his hands apart. "Eldest apprentice, uncle has always disliked my frivolous personality. The matter of the internal crystal furnace earlier had originally caused him to change his opinion of me. But now that this matter has happened, I'm afraid that he has instead become even more disappointed. After all, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps eldest apprentice uncle won't lean towards second apprentice uncle's faction, but this time he probably wants to seriously warn and discipline me, lest I make a mistake." Ahu blinked, smacking his lips. "Difficult." Yin Zhaoga crossed his legs. "There's indeed someone who is going to be difficult." Very quickly, the others also received the news, including Si Kongqing and the others. As people who had traveled with Yin Zhaoga, they would also have to be interrogated as witnesses. Hearing the news, everyone exchanged looks, their thoughts fluctuating for a time. As Ahu had said, Yin Zhaoga's situation was unique, and he wouldn't easily come into contact with the disciplinary hall. If he did, it meant that the matter was not a small one, and would not be easy to resolve. Chapter 23. What would come would eventually come. Very quickly, the Eastern Tang's principal elder and the East Continent's disciplinary elder, who had come from afar, arrived at overlooking Abyss City. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had also come along with the East Continent's law enforcement elder. This sovereign of the Eastern Tang Kingdom had actually rushed over to overlooking Abyss City. The matter had occurred in the Eastern Tang, so the Eastern Tang Kingdom naturally expressed its concern. However, as the monarch of a country, for the monarch to actually leave the capital and come to the borders of the Eastern Tang was still beyond everyone's expectations. Although it was explained to the outside world that the Sealing Dragon Abyss's tidal surge was unusual and of great importance, possibly endangering half of the Eastern Tang's territory, which was why the king had personally come. However, in the eyes of Su Chuan, when Ningxi and the others, they felt that this monarch had most likely come for Yin Zhaoge. The arrival of the disciplinary elder was obviously disadvantageous to Yin Zhaoge, and the principal elder of the Eastern Tang, Yin Su, was also a member of Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction. With Yin Zhaoge's status there, it was naturally impossible for him to obtain a confession through torture. However, the pressure he faced was clearly not small. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Yin Zhaoge's father were old friends from their youth. This time, he was clearly here to support his nephew. The Sacred Sun clan had been encroaching heavily on the Eastern Tang Kingdom in recent years, but the main reason why Broad Creed Mountain was still able to hold the upper hand in the Eastern Tang was that the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was inclined towards Broad Creed Mountain. When the news came, Su Chuan was not happy but worried. When Ningxi was not worried but happy. The arrival of the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was admittedly a great help to Yin Zhaoge, but the arrival of this bigwig in itself meant that it would not be easy for Yin Zhaoge to pass this trial this time. The clan's disciplinary hall was getting serious, to the point that even the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom could no longer sit still. Si Kongqing and the other young disciples might not be aware of the relationship between them, but they could all feel the suffocating atmosphere of an impending storm. Outside the great hall, Yin Zhaoge turned to look at them, smiling. "They are questioning me, not you. Don't be so nervous." Everyone forced a smile and didn't say anything. A young female disciple, carrying a small radiant spirit cat, gathered her courage and said, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, I believe that nothing will happen to you." Yin Zhaoge smiled, turning and entering the great hall first. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Xian saw two people sitting side by side on the main seats. An old man with a calm and serene expression on his face who emanated an aura of authority without being angry was Broad Creed Mountain's disciplinary elder in the East Heaven region. The other middle-aged man, while dressed in bright yellow casual clothes, naturally exuded the majesty of a king. He was the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Seated below the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was a wizened old man with a stern expression on his face. He was precisely Broad Creed Mountain's principal elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Yin Su. Seated next to Yin Su was the original owner of this place, Broad Creed Mountain's acting elder in the Eastern Tang Kingdoms overlooking Abyss City, Su Chuan. At this moment, Su Chuan was looking straight ahead, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of worry. Yin Zhaoge entered the great hall, calmly greeting everyone. After exchanging greetings, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Yin Su did not speak as they sat quietly, leaving the matter of questioning to the Eastern Continent's disciplinary elder. The disciplinary elder looked at Yin Zhaoge and calmly said, "Junior apprentice nephew Yan's great victory over Chao Yuanlong this time has not tarnished the reputation of my Broad Creed Mountain. First of all, this is worthy of celebration. However, after that, you will have to chase the unconscious Chao Yuanlong and the other Sacred Sun clan disciples out of the central region of the Sealing Dragon Abyss." In the course of the battle, it wasn't just a simple victory, but rather a deliberate attempt to humiliate Chao Yuanlong, disfiguring him, and then whipping the other Sacred Sun clan disciples. The above is the Sacred Sun clan story. Is there any falsehood in it? Yin Zhaoge answered mildly. "It's basically true." The disciplinary elder asked, "Do you have anything to say?" Yin Su added, "Now, it is no longer a matter of you and Chao Yuanlong's personal battle." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Chasing them out of the central region of the Sealing Dragon Abyss is because that region is of great use to our clan. At the same time, it has to be kept a secret. Naturally, we cannot allow the Sacred Sun clan people to continue staying there." The disciplinary elder looked over. "Oh." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That is a place where 9 evils congregate. I need that place to conduct experiments and upgrade the internal crystal furnace." The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom was also aware of the matter of the internal crystal furnace, and he was one of the few people outside of Broad Creed Mountain who knew about it. The disciplinary elder asked, "That place no longer exists, right? Do you have any proof for your explanation?" Yin Zhaoge answered frankly, "The internal crystal furnace that I brought with me into the sealing dragon abyss was lost, and the actual item is indeed gone. However, using this furnace, I was able to forge a mid-grade artifact within a short period of time. The young disciples of the clan who were with me all witnessed this and can testify to it. As the one with the highest cultivation amongst the disciples, Sikong Qing was the first to be questioned. Senior apprentice Brother Yan's words are true. This disciple and the others were all present at the time." Yin Su looked at Sikong Qing. "How much do you know about the internal crystal furnace? Do you know the principles behind its operation? And how could you determine whether what you said was true or false?" Sikong Qing answered neither too quickly nor too slowly. This disciple's understanding of the internal crystal furnace is limited, and was indeed unable to determine the situation at the time. Everything I said was based on what I could see with my own eyes. Whether or not Senior Apprentice Brother Yan prepared a mid-grade artifact in advance, and then used a concealment technique to replace it with a mortal artifact in order to deceive the heavens, this disciple's cultivation is unable to determine. However, that jet black saber is undoubtedly a mid-grade artifact. Whether or not the place where 9 evils congregate has any effect on the internal crystal furnace, this disciple does not know, but this disciple does recognize the place where 9 evils congregate. Hearing her words, everyone gave her a look. The place where 9 evils congregate was something that most people would not even have heard of, much less know of. Yin Su looked at Sikong Qing, nodding slowly, not saying anything more. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom opened his mouth for the first time. According to Miss Sikong's description, that place indeed has the characteristics of the place where 9 evils congregate. The disciplinary elder nodded. "That's right. The place where 9 evils congregate does not always exist. As time passes, there is the possibility of it disappearing." He looked at Yin Zhaoge. "Because of the internal crystal furnace, if you delayed it, you might have missed the opportunity. You acted according to the situation and chased away the Sacred Sun clan disciples, which could not be considered a mistake. If it can be confirmed that it can further increase the effectiveness of the internal crystal furnace, not only will you not be guilty, you will instead be meritorious. As for the Sacred Sun clan, the clan will naturally handle it. There is no need for you to make an appearance. However, if a disciple of the Sacred Sun clan of the younger generation challenges you, seeking you for a spar, you'll have to deal with it yourself." Yin Zhaoge laughed. "This is only natural." Although the Sacred Sun clan strength was a level higher, as a sacred ground on the same level as the Sacred Sun clan, even if Broad Creed Mountain judged Yin Zhaoge to be in the wrong, it would still be their own internal punishment, while they would definitely face it head-on against outsiders, not showing any signs of weakness in front of the Sacred Sun clan. Even if it was an internal punishment in a situation like this, it would also not be too severe. It would only be to teach the clan's disciples not to be frivolous and impetuous, causing unnecessary trouble for the clan. Yin Zhaoge knew that what came next was the real highlight. Indeed, the disciplinary elder changed the topic. "The matter of the Sacred Sun clan will temporarily end here. Regarding the death of our clan's disciple Yi Jing in the sealing dragon abyss, as the martial scholar leading the group, do you have anything to say, junior apprentice nephew Yin?" Yin Su continued. "Within the shrouded black fog, what exactly did you do to cause Yi Jing to be so resentful and unresigned before his death?" Chapter 24. Hearing Yin Su's question, Yin Zhaoge raised his eyebrows slightly. "Elder Yin, who do you think junior apprentice brother Yi died because of?" Yin Su looked coldly at Yin Zhaoge. "What kind of situation is this? Is there any room for you to question me? What you need to do is to answer truthfully. There is no room for lies or sophistry." Yin Zhaoge laughed. "If I remember correctly, today is an inquiry, not an interrogation. Even if it is an interrogation, it should not be you, the principal elder of the Eastern Tang, interrogating me. If you presume that I am at fault, then where is the evidence?" Yin Su was not angered, as he said indifferently, That seed of the flame, true fire, whose hands is it in now? Yin Zhaoge was surprised in mind. Yin Su turned to look at Sikong Qing. Before Yi Jing died, did he say anything? Sikong Qing was silent for a moment. Before answering truthfully, he called senior apprentice brother Yin by his name. How'd he call him? Anger, unwillingness, and resentment. The disciplinary elder waved his hands, his gaze calm and focused as he looked at Yin Zhaoge, junior apprentice nephew Yin, regarding Yi Jing's death in the Sealing Dragon Abyss as the leading martial scholar. What do you have to say? He simply repeated his earlier question, but his tone was a little more serious. Yin Zhaoge said, First of all, junior apprentice brother Ye's current status is unknown. He is not already dead. The disciplinary elder asked without batting an eyelid. Why do you say that? What exactly happened? Yin Zhaoge took out a letter, smiling. As a martial scholar leading fellow disciples on a temporary mission, I naturally have to compile a report of what happened here. It's just that before I could deliver it to the clan, I received news that you were coming, so I might as well leave it here, directly handing it over to you all. The disciplinary elder was silent for a moment before he nodded. This time, this old man originally also wanted to bring your letter back with me. He received the letter, and after reading it, his gaze wavered slightly before he passed it over to Yin Su. Yin Su looked through it, his brows furrowed. Your internal crystal furnace fell into the abyss, causing it to explode, destroying Yi Jing's fleshly body. However, Yi Jing had a treasure that protected his soul, but his whereabouts are unknown. Yin Zhaoge said, That treasure is extremely unique. I have a premonition that junior apprentice brother, Yi, will return to us before long. At that time, my words will finally be proven. Of course, he might still resent me because of the internal crystal furnace's explosion. The king of the Eastern Tang kingdom frowned. If what you say is true, then Yi Jing's current cultivation should only be at the mid-Qi guiding stage, right? Usually, entering the dragon sealing abyss alone is already a near-death experience, not to mention now that only my soul is left and I've fallen into the abyss. Yin Zhaoge said slowly, The aura that instantly erupted from that accompanying treasure of his is extremely powerful and cannot be underestimated. Yin Su stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge. Yi Jing not returning. What do you have to say? The law enforcement elder then asked, The seed of the Li Yin true fire, was it struck by the tide of the sealing dragon abyss and fell in front of you? Yin Zhaoge said, Precisely so. The three bigwigs all stared at Yin Zhaoge, remaining silent. Yin Zhaoge said calmly, From start to end, it was only junior apprentice brother Yi who had a one-sided opinion of me. As long as he did not take the initiative to provoke me, to me, he was no different from any other junior apprentice brother. As for the seed of the Li Yin true fire, I believe that the clan will prioritize the development of the internal crystal furnace. If I want to obtain it, it will be very easy. Even if junior apprentice brother Yi was insensible and fought with me over the fire seed, I would still give him a lesson, not to the extent of killing him. Moreover, even without me personally making a move, I would be able to make him suffer the consequences. Yin Zhaoge's tone was calm. It was written in my report, and I believe that the news that you all received earlier also mentioned it. Junior apprentice brother, Yi, is acquainted with the ghost hatchet elder, Han Sheng. The law enforcement elder frowned. What does this have to do with this matter? Yin Su said indifferently. It is true that old monster Han has enmity with this old man, but that is a personal grudge and has nothing to do with the clan. Yi Jing being acquainted with him is not a big deal. Even this old man will not hold any grudges against him because of this. If old monster Han is willing to let bygones be bygones, so what if this enmity is resolved? This old man is fine with it. Yin Zhaoge laughed. That's true. In both of our clashes, it was you who gained the upper hand, while Han Sheng lost out. But following that, the smile on Yin Zhaoge's face gradually disappeared. However, this matter is not as simple as a personal grudge. The ghost hatchet elder Han Sheng is related to the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss this time. As these words left his mouth, the entire hall was shocked. The disciplinary elder, The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom and Yin Su all straightened their bodies, their gazes bright as they stared at Yin Zhaoge. What basis do you have for this judgment? The pressure of the three martial grandmasters caused the entire great hall to resemble a furnace. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Everyone present at that time can testify that when the Ghost Hatchet Elder first appeared, he still had not discovered junior apprentice brother Yi, and his first words were, "Who was it that spoiled this old man's good business?" Then, we have to think about what the Ghost Hatchet Elder's good business was. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge handed over 2 crystals, one of which contained the red light that had newly appeared within the black fog beneath the sealing dragon abyss. The other, however, contained this indistinct silhouette. It was the evil silhouette that Yin Zhaoge had previously abandoned the seed of Li Flame, true fire, to pursue. Yin Zhaoge looked straight at Yin Su. "Elder Yin, you're most familiar with the Ghost Hatchet Elder. Having seen this thing, have you discovered anything?" Yin Su received the crystal, carefully analyzing it. The gazes of the disciplinary elder and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom were similarly focused on him. After a while, Yin Su let out a long breath, saying in a heavy tone, "I don't know what kind of evil technique it is, but it is indeed the handiwork of old Monster Han." Yin Zhaoge calmly described the process of encountering the evil silhouette as well as the process of capturing it. The 3 martial grandmasters present all fell into deep thought. The abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss were no small matter, because it involved the earth domain of the past, the current hell. After a long time, the disciplinary elder raised his head, asking, "You mean that Yi Jing is in cahoots with Han Sheng?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "I do not mean that. Junior apprentice brother Yi is acquainted with the Ghost Hatchet Elder, even addressing him as brother. This is a fact. The Ghost Hatchet Elder is related to the abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss. This is also a fact. How junior apprentice brother Yi is acquainted with the Ghost Hatchet Elder, how much he knows about the matters of the sealing dragon abyss, how much he knows about the Ghost Hatchet Elder, whether he has any other intentions in entering our clan. These are all uncertain matters that require further investigation." Yin Zhaoge said, "Saying all this, I only want to say that if I wanted to make things difficult for junior apprentice brother Yi, I would not have to do it myself at all." Yin Su and the others simultaneously fell silent. As Yin Zhaoge had said, with such a thing happening, even if the clan would not use extreme methods to deal with Yi Jing, a large amount of investigation would still be unavoidable. Just this alone would already be more than enough for Yi Jing to bear. Even Yin Zhaoge's eldest apprentice uncle would have to reconsider whether or not he would accept Yi Jing as a disciple. At the very least, they would have to wait for the investigation to reach a definite conclusion. As I said before, junior apprentice brother Yi is not dead. That treasure of his seems to have some rather unique aspects. Perhaps it can help him reconstruct his fleshly body. When he appears again, many things will be known directly from him. I don't mind being his witness." At the end of his words, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "At that time, we can perform the blood soul recollection, recreating the scene from before. No one will have to worry about the other going back on his word." Yin Su asked in a heavy tone, "It's still the same. What if Yi Jing never appears? 3 years, 2 years, 1 year? Or even shorter?" Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "as long as no one intentionally wants him to never appear again." Yin Su's face was as sunken as water. Leaning back in his chair, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom nodded slightly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. The disciplinary elder pondered for a moment before saying, "I will report the entire process of today's interrogation to the clan. Personally, I believe in your words, junior apprentice nephew Yin. But as you say, I hope that time will be able to thoroughly prove your innocence. If Yi Jing can still be alive, it will also be a joyous matter, and the clan will also continue to search for his whereabouts." At the end of the day, there was still no concrete evidence to prove that Yin Zhaoge had intentionally caused Yi Jing's death. It could not even be said to have been an unintentional mistake. Chapter 25. The mountain gate had reacted so quickly, and the reaction was so big. Someone must have added fuel to the fire and made a snitch. After leaving the sealing dragon abyss, other than the martial practitioners of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Those of Broad Creed Mountain were either from overlooking Abyss City or the Spirit Wind Canyon. Between Sichuan and Ningxi, the latter was undoubtedly more suspicious. These past 2 days, Yin Zhaoge had also asked who to investigate Ningxi. The latter's relationship with the clan's assignment hall's elder Chui was naturally no longer a secret. Yin Su glanced indifferently at Yin Zhaoge when Ningxi reported it to this old man, who then passed it on to the clan. This old man is in charge of the Eastern Tang, and is also in charge of the Spirit Wind Canyon's affairs. Anything that happens in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, this old man will report it to the clan. What problem do you have? Yin Zhaoge laughed. It's not a big problem. It's just that I suspect that Ningxi might have betrayed the clan and colluded with external enemies. That's why I can't help but associate this matter with him. Perhaps his snitching on me isn't just an internal problem of the sect. After all, Elder Yin, you know that I just beat a certain clan's disciple half to death in the dragon sealing abyss. Yin Su's gaze abruptly turned cold as he glared at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, watch your words. Yin Zhaoge said calmly. I did. That's why I said, suspect, suspect. Looking first at Yin Zhaoge, then looking at Yin Su, the disciplinary elder side, before saying to Sikong Qing, Junior Apprentice Ni Sikong, you can leave first. Glancing quietly at Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing retreated as told. After she left, the disciplinary elder asked, Marshal Nephew Yin, what exactly happened? Yin Zhaoge took out something, opening his palm. As everyone in the Great Hall looked over, they saw that it was a faint yellow crystal with patterns on its surface that resembled a white cloud. Overlooking Abyss City's managing elder, Su Chuan's eyelids twitched upon seeing this crystal. Cloud Vein Stone. Yin Su glanced at it and said, Cloud Vein Stone. What are you taking this for? Yin Zhaoge smiled, not speaking as he took out another stalk of spirit grass, saying to the Su Chuan beside him, I'll have to trouble Elder Su to boil this enchanting spirit grass into juice. Su Chuan's eyes flashed. The spirit grass in front of him was called the enchanting spirit grass. After it was burned to ashes, it could be used as a medicinal catalyst for another type of precious medicine. Even if it was boiled into a juice, it wouldn't be poisonous and would be useless. It would be a waste. However, he did not refuse, immediately instructing his attendant to do as Yin Zhaoge said. Yin Su stared coldly at Yin Zhaoge. The disciplinary elder and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom did not speak, only quietly watching from the side. The concoction was done very quickly. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he picked up the cloud vein stone, beginning to infuse his aura qi within. The disciplinary elder frowned. Junior Apprentice Nephew Yin, the cloud-veined rocks cannot be directly infused with a martial practitioner's aura qi, otherwise they will explode and shatter. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Rest easy, Elder. I know this. Therefore, other than having the effect of calming the mind, cloud-veined rocks are sometimes also used as weapons. Still, even if they explode, their power is very limited. But at this moment, the cloud-veined gem in my hand will not explode. As he said this, Yin Zhaoge dipped the lower half of the cloud-veined stone in his hand into the medicinal concoction of the enchanting spirit grass, his own palm only grasping the upper half. His stellar energy poured endlessly into the cloud-veined gem. Indeed, the cloud-veined gem did not explode, remaining as stable as it had been in the beginning. Su Chuan stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge's palm. He did not believe that Yin Zhaoge would make such a big fuss just to prove something as trivial as this. The next moment, Su Chuan's eyes abruptly widened. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, who had originally been leaning against his chair, straightened his back once more. The gazes of the disciplinary elder and Yin Su that were focused on Yin Zhaoge were also suddenly dazed. Before their eyes, the cloud-like patterns on the surface of the cloud-veined gem in Yin Zhaoge's hand suddenly became gentler, as a milky white liquid seeped out from within, merging with the medicinal concoction of the enchanting spirit grass, resembling milk as it floated on the surface of the concoction. Within it, a thick fragrance suppressed the pungent smell of medicine, instantly filling the entire great hall. Everyone present was experienced and knowledgeable. Just from a whiff, they roughly knew what that milky white liquid was. That was not a drink or medicine, but a treasure known as jade essence. This treasure had many uses and was also precious. Whether it was used in artifact forging or pill concoction, it would greatly increase the success rate of the refinement, at the same time raising the quality of the weapon and the spirit medicine, saving on raw materials. In the Eight Extremities world, the production of jade essence was extremely limited, only being produced in an extremely small number of places in the mountain domain and the wind domain. However, the demand for it was shocking, to the point where it was unable to meet the demand every year, sometimes even to the point where there was demand but no supply. Whether it was Broadcreed Mountain or the Eastern Tang Kingdom, every year they would expend a large amount of resources or money to purchase and exchange for jade essence. Even so, it was hard for them to truly satisfy the demand, and they could only use it sparingly, not daring to go all out. However, seeing Yin Zhaoga's demonstration now, this small cloud vein gem actually contained jade essence, and the method of extraction was also extremely simple. Whether it was the cloud vein gem or the enchanting spirit grass, they were both much cheaper than jade essence, and their production was also much greater. How much jade essence did this entail? They would have enough for their own use. They would definitely be able to export it. The three martial grandmasters could no longer sit still. Standing up from their seats, they instantly arrived before Yin Zhaoga, each of them extending a finger to touch a bit of the white liquid. Very quickly, they were all completely sure that this was indeed jade essence. In front of them, it was also impossible for this to be something that Yin Zhaoga had conjured up through trickery. Instead, it was truly the jade essence produced by the combination of the enchanting spirit grass and the cloud vein gem. The disciplinary elder sucked in a deep breath, suppressing his agitated emotions, saying, "Junior apprentice nephew Yin, you have performed a great merit. It is completely not inferior to the current internal crystal furnace. It might even surpass it." Yin Su's cold face also warmed greatly, but immediately following that, his expression changed slightly. The next moment, Yin Zhaoga's voice slowly drifted into his ears. "Elder overpraises me. I only came across it by chance, and thus came to know of this secret. However, from what I know, the Spirit Wind Canyon has produced quite a bit of cloud vein gem these past few years, and a large portion of it seems to have been sold to the fire domain where the Sacred Sun clan is located." Yin Su's face darkened. This is also the first time this old man has heard of such a method. I have also never heard of it before, and it has never been circulated throughout the entire Eight Extremities world. Since we already know of it, we will naturally have to prohibit the flow of cloud vein gems in the future. However, while it is a pity that Ning Jue sold cloud vein gems earlier, the ignorant are not guilty. We should not blame him for this. "Oh," Yin Zhaoga dragged out his words. "How can Elder Yin be sure that he really doesn't know of it?" Yin Su opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but discovered that within the depths of Yin Zhaoga's slightly playful gaze, a cold glint clearly flickered. Chapter 26. Yin Su stared at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly, waiting quietly, no longer speaking. The enforcement elder looked at the two of them and sighed. "I don't know about this secret either. There are no records of it in the sect's ancient records. Junior apprentice nephew Yin, perhaps you have set a precedent. No matter what, I must first remember your contributions. As for whether the deacon elder of the Spirit Wind Valley knew about this, we'll have to summon him and the relevant people of the Spirit Wind Valley to interrogate them before we can make a conclusion." Yin Zhaoga smiled. The secrecy of the jade essence still has to be controlled to a certain extent. After all, this method of obtaining it is actually extremely easy. Aside from a Spirit Wind Canyon, the world is vast. There are other places that produce cloud vein stones. This thing is far less valuable than jade essence. It's true that our sect needs a large amount of jade essence, but in the end, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. If we want to gain the upper hand, we have to seal the news. Mining also needs to be done in an orderly manner to avoid attracting attention. I believe that the elders of our sect will have a comprehensive consideration, so I won't say anything more here. The law enforcement elder said, "Of course." Glancing at Yin Su, he slowly said, "This matter is of great importance and is no longer just a problem of the Eastern Tang. It is not even within the scope of the East Heaven region's jurisdiction and needs to be decided by the sect." Yin Su's face darkened as he nodded. "I agree," Yin Zhaoge continued. "It's just that the current importance of the Spirit Wind Canyon is no longer comparable to how it was in the past. Before the clan can come up with an official constitution, it still needs to be stabilized. Is it appropriate for an acting elder who is yet to be investigated to still sit over there?" The law enforcement elder was silent for a moment. Yin Su's eyes narrowed into slits, and a cold light shone from them. "Yin Zhaoge, is this something you can interfere in? It's true that you contributed to the matter of the cloud vein stones, but how can you participate in the appointment and dismissal of the managing elders and the arrangement of the candidates? Don't get carried away," Yin Zhaoge said mildly. "When Ningji is Elder Yan's trusted aide, you naturally understand him better than I do." The cold light in Yin Su's eyes intensified. How could he not understand the meaning behind Yin Zhaoge's words? Your confidant might have colluded with the enemy, but what about you? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, the disciplinary elder sighed slightly. He really had a personality that did not allow himself to be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he was extremely domineering. Not to mention the managing elder, he even dared to stand up to the principal elder. However, this time, he had come to question Yin Zhaoge without any concrete evidence, only having his suspicions. While he did not have any concrete evidence to prove that when Ningji was clear on the secret of the cloud vein stones, how could he not investigate it? He naturally knew that Yin Zhaoge was counterattacking, but who could guarantee that when Ningji really did not know about it? Although ignorance was not a crime, the enforcement elder still felt his heart ache when he thought about the massive amount of cloud vein stones that flowed out every year. As for when Ningji snitching on Yin Zhaoge, that was instead more likely due to the conflict between factions and the matter with Elder Chui back then. At this moment, the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom said slowly, "Although the Spirit Wind Canyon is within the territory of the Eastern Tang, it is still the private property of Broad Creed Mountain. This king is not in a position to say too much about it. However, when the jade essence is mined in the future, please leave some for my Eastern Tang. In terms of price, we will naturally not let Broad Creed Mountain suffer a loss. Everything will be done according to the rules. In the past 2 years, the production of jade essence over at the mountain and wind domains has been rather tight, being extremely scarce. My Eastern Tang is also in urgent need of it, so I hope that Broad Creed Mountain can lend a helping hand." Although he did not express his stance, the Spirit Wind Canyon was, after all, on the territory of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Even without the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom saying it, everyone could feel his dissatisfaction towards Wen Ningji. Yin Su closed his eyes and sucked in a deep breath, his expression regaining its calm. He opened his eyes once more, his gaze already calm as he swiveled his head to look at Su Chuan, although this old man believes that Ningji was not aware of it. Now that he has to undergo an investigation, and the Spirit Wind Canyon also needs to be quickly reorganized and pacified, he is indeed not suitable to continue holding the position of acting elder there. Transferring people over from elsewhere will require time to familiarize themselves with the situation. The matter of the cloud vein stones must be relaxed on the outside, but tense on the inside. It cannot be delayed. Su Chuan, you are the acting elder of overlooking Abyss City, being the closest to the Spirit Wind Canyon and having the most contact with it. You will temporarily take charge of the Spirit Wind Canyon until the clan has made a formal decision. Holding 2 posts at once, the burden is very heavy. You should be more vigilant. Su Chuan calmed his emotions, the flattery and slipperiness he had when he was alone with Yin Zhaoge completely disappearing without a trace. With a solemn expression on his face, he replied, "Bearing the clan's orders, I will do my utmost, exhausting all my efforts." Yin Su glanced at Yin Zhaoge, not saying a word as he nodded towards the disciplinary elder and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. Old Monster Han is related to the abnormalities in the Sealing Dragon Abyss. This matter is no small matter. This old man will try to find him again. After taking his leave, Yinsu no longer spoke as he got up and strode out of the great hall. The king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom also stood up, saying to the disciplinary elder, "The abnormalities in the sealing dragon abyss are no small matter. We can slowly discuss the matter of the jade essence later. This king will also go to the sealing dragon abyss to take a look. Elder, please do as you please. If there is anything, my Eastern Tang will cooperate." The disciplinary elder nodded. "I shall first thank your majesty here. As for the Sacred Sun clan, we will not make things difficult for your majesty. Our clan will negotiate with them." Yin Zhaoge also smiled. "Take care, uncle. Zhaoge will go pay a visit later." A hint of a smile appeared on the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom's stern face as he lightly patted Yin Zhaoge's shoulder and walked out. The disciplinary elder coughed lightly, looking towards Yin Zhaoge as he said slowly, "The matter of Wen Ningji, let's not talk about it for the time being. Junior apprentice nephew Yin, this time you brought a junior disciple to the sealing dragon abyss for tempering. During this time, the whereabouts of a disciple were unknown. Even if it was not caused by you, as the martial scholar leading the group, you also have some responsibility. You found a way to further upgrade the internal crystal furnace. This is a merit. Defeating the Sacred Sun clan's direct lineage genius Chao Yuan Long in a domineering fashion, spreading the fame of our clan. This is also worthy of praise. Discovering the secret of the Cloud Vein Stones is also a merit. Merit does not make up for demerits. Demerits do not make up for merit. Our clan is very clear about rewards and punishments. Your final reward, as well as some punishment, will be officially announced in the near future. Some matters involve secrets, so your reward will not be publicly announced. I believe you understand this. This bit of punishment was only symbolic. It was part of the clan's rules and regulations, which even the chief had to abide by. However, it was completely inconsequential. As for the reward, it was obviously much more generous. Yin Zhaoge naturally understood this principle. Smiling, he nodded, "I understand." After taking his leave of the Great Hall, Yin Zhaoge saw the group of young disciples who had accompanied him into the sealing dragon abyss earlier all surrounding him. "Senior apprentice brother Yin, how was it? Are you all right?" Yin Zhaoge laughed. "There wasn't any problem in the first place. It was fine as long as I made things clear with the elders. What problem could there be? However, some people are going to have problems." On that day, the acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon, Wen Ningji, was temporarily relieved of his position and was summoned for questioning by the East Region's disciplinary elder. Chapter 27. When Wen Ningji had received the disciplinary elder's summons, he had still thought that it was because of Yin Zhaoge. When he arrived at overlooking Abyss City and found out that he was going to be interrogated, he was dumbfounded. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't understand why he had to be investigated. When he understood what was going on, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Although it was only a temporary dismissal, after this incident, even if Wen Ningji passed the investigation, it would be difficult for him to return to the Spirit Wind Valley. Being able to be transferred to another place as a deacon was already the best outcome for him. If Yin Zhaoge's second apprentice uncle's faction wanted to compete for the position of acting elder of the Spirit Wind Canyon, they could only use other people. Also, having lost the upper hand due to Wen Ningji, it would be very hard for them to compete with Yin Zhaoge's faction again. Even if she still trusted him, it was inevitable that she would be labeled as incompetent. The originally smooth-sailing Wen Ningji, who had a clear upward momentum, suddenly became gloomy. "Yin, Zhao, sing!" Wen Ningji wanted to roar, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Instead, he felt a sweetness in his throat, as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Young master, in a short period of time, the 2 elder deacons have fallen because of you." Hearing Ahu's words, Yin Zhaoge shrugged, saying nonchalantly, "I think that second apprentice uncle's side will gradually start paying more attention to me, not treating me as a child anymore. It's a good thing and a bad thing at the same time. Being targeted by his second martial uncle is naturally not a good thing. However, in the future, if some despicable people want to touch me, they should think twice before acting." With Ningji's situation already a foregone conclusion, Yin Zhaoge no longer paid any attention to it. Instead, he was more interested in his own gains this time. As for Yin Zhaoge's punishment, he was to spend a period of time behind closed doors to reflect on his mistakes. Afterwards, he would take the lead in the investigation of the abnormalities in the ceiling dragon abyss. This was nothing much to Yin Zhaoge. Secluded meditation days were spent cultivating in the martial Tao. He had originally planned to enter the dragon ceiling abyss again to cultivate the heavenly abyss countercurrent technique with the help of the chaotic baleful qi. Compared to the insignificant punishment, the reward was much more generous. Finding a way to further upgrade the internal crystal furnace would be rewarded with one of the sect's most precious pills, the profound spirit pill. Young master, of the various medicinal pills that Broad Creed Mountain currently possesses, the best would naturally still be the Broad Creed Immortal Pill. However, going further down the list, the Profound Spirit Pill would be one of the best. Ahu chuckled. They're exceptionally precious and not easy to concoct. In the entire Broad Creed Mountain, the number of Profound Spirit Pills available is also extremely limited. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. The key is that it is perfectly suited for use. He had a pill recipe for a better quality pill than the Profound Spirit Pill, but it was difficult to refine it, especially since many of the raw materials still needed to be collected. To the current Yin Zhaoge, the Profound Spirit Pill could be considered a very good reward, being able to help martial experts refine their aura qi a step further. Now that Yin Zhaoge had reached the peak of the late inner aura stage, the early outer aura stage was already beckoning to him. In the early stage of physical invulnerability, one could release their stellar energy externally. In the middle stage of physical invulnerability, one could condense their stellar energy into something real. They could control their qi within 100 steps and train their qi to take form. In order to advance from the early stage of physical invulnerability to the middle stage of physical invulnerability, a martial artist had to further condense their own gang qi. This was a very crucial step. It could be said that this was precisely the most suitable pill for Yin Zhaoge to consume now. For the clan to give out this reward, they had obviously taken this into consideration and had not made a blind decision. Of course, refining one's own gang qi was not only helpful in advancing from the early stage to the middle stage of physical invulnerability, but would also be beneficial in future cultivation. Ahu gave a simple and honest smile. But with young master's talent, even without the profound spirit pill, breaking through from the early stage to the middle stage of physical invulnerability would be as easy as lifting a finger. If I had to say, this second reward is still better, After defeating Chao Yuan Long, Yin Zhaoge's reward was to be able to enter the third level of the clan's martial repository once after returning to the Broad Creed Mountain. Within the martial repository, there were all sorts of top-notch martial arts manuals of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage recorded within. Generally speaking, new disciples could not enter the martial repository, but if they occasionally obtained a large reward, they could enter the first level. Elite disciples could freely enter the first level, and if they occasionally obtained a large reward, they could enter the second level. Core, direct disciples like Yin Zhaoge could freely enter the first and second levels, and if they occasionally obtained a large reward, they could enter the third level. Although Yin Zhaoge knew the contents of the various supreme martial arts stored within the Divine Palace before the Great Calamity, as a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain, and also the face of a younger generation, cultivating in Broad Creed Mountain supreme martial arts was also a must. Moreover, after the Great Calamity, while the various sacred grounds had inherited the legacies of their predecessors, they also had their own unique and innovative ideas. Yin Zhaoge combining the two and corroborating them would also be more beneficial for him in researching the Divine Palace. As long as he grasped the scale and allocated his time well, his gains would only be greater. However, this reward would have to wait until Yin Zhaoge had returned to the mountain. Unlike the profound spirit pill, which had already been delivered to Yin Zhaoge in overlooking Abyss City, Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers, Actually, the third reward is the best. Unearthing the secrets of the cloud vein stones and finding a way to obtain a large amount of jade essence for the clan, the reward was not something tangible, but rather a special privilege. While Yin Zhaoge was active within the East Heaven region, if anything happened, he would be directly responsible to the East Heaven region elder. Yin Zhaoge, on the contrary, liked this reward even more than the profound spirit pill and the chance to enter the third level of the martial repository. Ahu chuckled. This way, whatever young master wants to do in the Eastern Tang Kingdom, that old fella Yin Su will not be able to obstruct you. Whatever you want to do, you also won't need to inform him. Yin Zhaoge said, That's not entirely true. After all, he is in charge of the Eastern Tang. If he wants to trip me up, it would still be very easy. Moving him won't be as easy as moving against Old Man Shui or Wen Ningji. Ahu smiled. That Elder Su is indeed a sensible person. After coming out, he told me that if young master has any needs, he could just instruct me, and he would prioritize the resources stored in the Spirit Wind Canyon and overlooking Abyss City to supply them to young master. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He still had to stay in the Sealing Dragon Abyss for quite some time. With his own people by his side, it would undoubtedly be much more convenient. However, even if Yin Su doesn't deal with me for the time being, he will still keep an eye on Su Chuan. With Wen Ningji having made a mistake, Yin Su's momentum had been temporarily suppressed by Yin Zhaoge and the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom. If he were to choose someone from their faction, Yin Zhaoge and the king would definitely not agree. However, if he were to choose someone from Old Man Yan's faction, as soon as he took the position, it was very likely that his temporary position would become permanent. Su Chuan, on the other hand, was different. He belonged to Old Man Yan's faction, but had not yet resigned from his position as overlooking Abyss City's acting elder. Yin Su had not chosen someone from elsewhere, instead allowing Su Chuan to hold both the positions of overlooking Abyss City and the Spirit Wind Canyon. Instead, he had achieved the effect of retreating in order to advance. When the clan officially decided on the person to be in charge of the Spirit Wind Canyon, there would be even more opportunities for him. At the same time, with the strange happenings in the Sealing Dragon Abyss and the changes in the Spirit Wind Canyon, with Su Chuan holding two positions, the burden would be even greater and the pressure would be even heavier.